298. Before Chen Pingan threw the first punch. The old man on the cloud wore a crown of 5 mountains on his head, which was painted with the true shape of the 5 mountains. The crown was shining and colorful, and the sound of pines, cranes, and flowing water could be vaguely heard. The old man controlled the sea of clouds to descend, as if he had thousands of soldiers and horses in his hand. Naturally, he was confident. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the martial arts field of the Eagle Fortress. He couldn't help but laugh. How dare an ignorant kid try to shake a big tree? The master and disciple had been plotting for nearly 40 years to get the ghost baby in the heart of the lady of the castle. They were determined to get it. The hardships and difficulties, the extravagance, and the mysterious coincidences were not something outsiders could know. The original intention of the Flying Eagle Fortress, which was hidden in the forest, was probably buried with the first owner of the fortress. The old man knew that 2 earth-level deities of the Fushuan sect and the Taiping Mountain, the 2 largest immortal clans in the central area of the Tongya continent, had a conflict and fought with each other. The Golden Core cultivator of the Fushuan sect had never thought that the cultivator of the Taiping Mountain he had provoked was actually a nascent soul stage cultivator. The latter knew that his life was coming to an end and there was no hope for him to break through, so he left the sect and began to travel around. Although his body and soul had decayed, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He almost killed the Golden Core cultivator of the Fusho sect. The latter fled all the way but was still intercepted by the nascent soul cultivator of the Taiping Mountain in the area of today's Eagle Fortress. He didn't care about the Fusho sect at all and was determined to kill the Golden Core cultivator of the Fusho sect. When the Golden Core cultivator saw that there was no hope of escaping, he had the resolute thought of burning both jade and common stone. Thus, he used a forbidden technique of the Fuho sect. At that time, the Golden Core cultivator was an arrow at the end of its flight, and the orthodox inheritance of the sect had no hope of summoning those powerful gods. Thus, he didn't hesitate to use all of his life essence and blood to summon an ancient demonic creature recorded in the Fuho sect's secret scriptures. The demonic creature was over 100 feet tall, and its yin qi had condensed into a solid substance, as if it was wearing a pitch-black heavy armor. In fact, after the Golden Core cultivator summoned the demonic creature, he had already died. His hollow skin had long turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. It wasn't impossible for Taiping Mountain's nascent soul to retreat from the battlefield, but in the end, he still chose to fight the ancient devil to the end. Magic treasures appeared one after another, and magical techniques rained down on the ancient devil. The old cultivator's skin was lacerated, and his soul was shaken. Even after his golden core was shattered and his yin spirit, which had left its body to fight, was killed, the nascent soul cultivator still cried out in joy as he perished together with the ancient devil's avatar. It was an earth-shattering battle that caused yin qi to condense within a radius of 100 miles under the feet of both sides. It was no less than an ancient battlefield where hundreds of thousands of warriors were buried. The nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain was still worried about the secular world. He was worried that the yin qi here would spread and affect the fate of the surrounding mountains and rivers. His remnant soul struggled to survive and found a young woodcutter who had entered the mountain to chop firewood. He taught him a secret technique and a fighting technique. It was a blade technique with the purest yang energy. The nascent soul cultivator also asked the young woodcutter to build a castle here and spread the leaves. He wanted to borrow the power of the descendants of the pure martial artist to suppress the yin qi. At the same time, the descendants of the Huan family practiced the blade technique here. Because of the formless yin qi, it was like the best whetstone. The Huan family's martial arts progress was often twice the result with half the effort. This also contributed to the Eagle Castle's position in the Jianghu in the future. Old Master Huan and the other lords of the Eagle Castle all liked to travel the Jianghu on the surface after they achieved success in martial arts. In fact, they secretly traveled the famous mountains and rivers in search of immortals. They might have wanted to solve the problem of yin qi in the Eagle Castle once and for all. However, Old Master Huan died in a strange way. His son, Huan Yang, who was not very talented in martial arts, took over as the lord of the Eagle Castle in a hurry. Soon, the demon cultivators of the Agarwood kingdom joined forces to attack the Eagle Castle. Therefore, there were no clues about the fate of the nascent soul immortal and the ancestor woodcutter. Many of the relationships that the ancestors worked hard to build were also lost. For example, the relationship between Old Master Huan and the master of the young Daoist Huang Shong was completely unknown to Huan Yang. Instead, he had to run to his friends in the capital for help. Even the existence of the 2 stone lions at the entrance of the ancestral hall was unknown to everyone in the Eagle Castle. Then, this disaster happened. The Laurel Old Master was a notorious demon cultivator in the central part of the Tongya continent. He used to be a top Jindan cultivator with outstanding combat ability. As a wild cultivator, he was not inferior to the Jindan cultivators of the Fuyang sect and the Taiping Mountain. However, after the magnificent feat of killing 2 Dragon Gate cultivators of the Taiping Mountain, he was soon hunted down by the Taiping Mountain. A young Jindan cultivator of the Taiping Mountain went down the mountain alone and chased him for thousands of miles. The old man was beaten to the point that he lost all his fortune. Even the only thing he had left was broken. In the end, he had to give up half of his cultivation and body to deceive everyone and escape death from the young cultivator who looked like a god from the heavenly court. The old man, who hated the Taiping Mountain, always wanted to take revenge. Therefore, he had the meticulous plan of the Flying Eagle Fortress that lasted for decades. First, he had the wife of the fort master who had the potential for cultivation but had fallen back to the Dragon Gate realm when she was young. He had personally broken her longevity bridge. Thousands of cracks had appeared on the bridge, but only the bridge section at the heart was intact. It made her like a porcelain pot that constantly absorbed the yin qi from the ground. Moreover, the yin qi flowed into the spring at the heart of the heart. Finally, under the guidance of the old man's secret method, the ghost infant who was crying for food was born. Once it was done, the ghost infant would break out of the heart and find a few remote small countries far away from the site of the mountain. After all, the old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm could be an imperial tutor at will. He could also support a few palace puppets or even secretly control the monarchs of the small countries and start wars to feed the ghost infant. After 100 years, the ghost infant would become an earth immortal. Even if the deep-rooted Taiping Mountain would not be destroyed because of the ghost infant's attack, it would definitely hurt the Taiping Mountain and weaken its vitality. 100 years was not a long time for the grudges of the cultivators on the mountain. As for the grudges, some people did not care about the life and death of the ordinary teachers at the foot of the mountain, such as the old man on the cloud. However, some people also cared, such as the nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain. However, such a compassionate earth immortal still could not enter the upper 5 realms. In the end, he could only wait for death. It could be seen that the great Tao was ruthless and did not distinguish between good and evil people. The old man with the tall crown on the cloud still found it comical after the young martial artist threw out 3 punches. No matter how strong his aura was, if he didn't have a solid state to support it, then it was just a beautiful pavilion in the sky. However, the old man really coveted the golden robe on the young man's body. It was simply an unexpected surprise. There was actually such a Jianghu fledgling who didn't know how to cherish his life despite having such a precious treasure on him. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. It might be a real magic weapon of the immortals. Could it be that the wheel of fortune had turned and it was his turn to make a meteoric rise? He no longer needed to be a rat who dug holes in the ground and would recover his former glory earlier than expected. As for whether the young man in the golden robe was a disciple of the immortals, the old man Laurel did not care about that. He had even fallen out with Taiping Mountain. As the black clouds sank, almost everyone in the Eagle Castle began to feel dizzy. Some weak old people, women, and children who did not have strong yang qi began to vomit at home. In the streets and alleys, in the high houses and low courtyards, there were endless cries. Many young and strong men of the Eagle Castle who practiced martial arts looked up at the dark sea of clouds pressing down on their heads. They only felt that their limbs and bones would be crushed into powder. Some young warriors who did not have a strong state of mind did not even have the heart to resist. They trembled all over. Even if they had the chance to escape today, their future in martial arts would be ruined. Following the huge movement that seemed like an earthquake, some people also found that in the direction of the drill ground, in the flying dust, there was a magnificent scene shining with golden light. Streaks of fist force were like rainbows and became bigger and bigger. At first, they were as thick as an arm, then the size of a bowl, and then the size of a well. They increased in succession and rushed to the sky with irresistible force, as if someone was punching at the sea of clouds. Some people could not help but think, that person must be relying on his high martial arts to dare to punch. On the drill ground, Chen Pinggan did not stand in the same place and punch toward the sky. After each punch, he would quickly move. He used the 6-step pile walking stance of the mountain shaking fist, the 18 halting sword chi, the great cloud steaming swamp style, and the deity drumming style of the fist intent. After the 10th punch, the momentum of the punch had completely suppressed the movement of his feet stomping on the ground. The fist force rushed to the sky with the roaring sound of wind and thunder. The roof tiles around the drill ground, from inside to outside, layer by layer, suddenly cracked and cracked. With Chen Pinggan as the center, cracks appeared on the walls around him like a spider web. The bluestone floor of the drill ground was already full of potholes, and there were 10 pits of different depths. Although the first 9 punches were more powerful each time, they only pierced through the sea of clouds. However, the 10th punch directly hit the praying mat that the tall-crowned old man was sitting on. Although the old man was slightly frightened, he had already silently regarded the young man as a person that must be killed and must be killed first. However, in the face of this powerful punch, he still did not feel that it was too difficult to handle. Instead, he felt a little competitive. With a cold smile, the old man stretched out a palm and a large ball of dark green light suddenly bloomed. He flipped his palm and pressed it down, just in time to meet the punch that broke through the sea of black clouds. With a loud bang, the futon shook slightly, but the entire sea of clouds under the old man Laurel shook violently. The fist force from the drill ground and the brilliant green light around the old man's palm shattered at the same time, turning into thousands of specks of starlight. The fist force scattered into the nearby sea of clouds, making the dark sea of clouds, which was originally heavy with death chi, like a layer of ink that had been ground out, sprinkled with a pinch of golden dust, making sizzling and burning sounds. The old man shook his wrist, and through the hole in the sea of clouds created by the fist force, he looked down at the drill ground that was less than 300 feet away from his head and laughed eerily. "Good boy, at such a young age, you can be considered a master of martial arts at the foot of the mountain. You don't want to mingle in your jianghu, but you have to go against me. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." While speaking, the old man Laurel raised his hand, put 2 fingers together, and gently drew near the laurel with the painting of the 5 mountains. From it, he extracted a touch of the true meaning of an ancient Dongyu mountain, and quickly fell into the hole. When he left the 5 mountains crown, it was a pocket-sized mountain peak, and when it fell to his feet, its size was no less than that of the futon. After sliding out of the hole in the sea of clouds, it was as big as a table. The old man laughed wildly and was extremely pleased. After being a coward for so many years, God didn't let me down. Finally, my luck has changed. As long as I grind away your chi of flesh and blood, Ghost Baby may be able to break through to the sea viewing realm the moment he appears. On the drill ground, Chen Pinggan saw the mountain coming from the sky, but he was not afraid at all. When he was in the ancestral house of the Sun family in the old dragon city, the flood dragon in the sea of clouds swooped down, and its momentum was no weaker than this immortal's supernatural power. Didn't he also punch out? Chi-Ji was born, and it was mighty. The fist intent was vigorous, and he firmly believed that one punch could break all laws. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, making the young man of Clay Bottle Alley look like a mountain immortal for the first time in his life. 299. The 11th punch was extremely fast. The true strength of the deity's drum-beating fist intent lay in the fact that as long as the puncher's body and spirit could withstand the intense pain brought about by the circulation of chi within his body, he would be able to deliver a new punch. Then, he would be able to accumulate the power of each punch and topple mountains and cities. It was absolutely not a fool's dream. Chen Pinggan's punch caused the house-sized exquisite mountain to fall back several meters. Without another word, he stomped his foot and punched upward. Old Man Laurel's expression turned serious. He no longer had the intention to play around and silently recited an incantation, drawing down 4 times near the 5 Peaks crown with 2 fingers. Even though it would consume a fair amount of spirit energy, the 5 Peaks crown on his head would temporarily lose its abilities. He was determined to kill this troublesome youth in one go. As a rogue cultivator who did not ask for help and had no one to rely on, this was the only magical treasure that the old man had. He had obtained it in a secret realm. In order to monopolize this item, he had killed his brother who had gone through thick and thin with him. Before the latter died, he had begged him to take good care of his children and ensure that they could enjoy 100 years of glory in the secular world. The old man had nodded and agreed. However, when he turned around, he had used some small tricks to quietly eliminate the 100 or so people in the mansion. Back when the young golden core cultivator of Mount Taiping had chased him for thousands of miles, this priceless 5 Peaks crown was still perfectly preserved. The damage wasn't serious, and after 100 years of repair, it had been restored to its peak condition. Unfortunately, the old man couldn't find the root of the true form diagram on the 5 Peaks crown despite looking through countless ancient texts. As a result, the old man could only bring out half of the magic treasure's power. It was truly regrettable. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would be the one chasing after the little bastard of Mount Taiping back then. The 2 mountains stacked on top of each other and fell down as fast as lightning. Chen Pingan's 13th punch only caused the east peak below to rise several meters. Very soon, another mountain came crashing down. Was it the weight of the mountain that gave him the advantage, or was it the height of his fist art that made him invincible? The 5 great mountains' crown on the old man's head had already dimmed, and there was no longer the melodious sound of cranes and pines. Chen Pingan's qi and blood were surging, showing no signs of exhaustion. However, Chen Pingan didn't want to be trapped by these 3 mountains. God knows what other secret techniques Old Man Laurel had. Taking advantage of the deity's drum-beating fist intent, he was temporarily able to stay connected. Therefore, he prepared to leave the martial arts field and change the battlefield. Then, he hurriedly threw out the 14th punch. However, Chen Pingan, who had prepared the mind talisman in advance, was surprised to find that in the shadow of the mountain, he felt as if he was standing on a platform, the so-called lawless land. The mind talisman, which had performed miraculously in several great battles, did not react in the slightest. As a last resort, the 2 flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the sword-nourishing gourd scattered to the left and right, soaring high into the sea of clouds. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, had no choice but to throw out a new punch, causing the falling mountain to slow down slightly. Then, he rushed forward, trying to leave the area covered by the shadow of the mountain. Laurel laughed out loud. "You want to run?" He pressed down with his palm, and the 4th mountain came crashing down. The 4 mountains overlapped and crashed down on Chen Pingan's head with a rumble. Moreover, the martial arts field at the foot of the mountain was suppressed by the majestic spiritual energy, causing Chen Pingan's forward movement to slow down a little. The golden-robed youth with the astonishing fist technique was finally suppressed by the mountain. After succeeding, Laurel was slightly astonished. Since when can a pure martial artist use the natal flying sword? Mountains were often accompanied by flowing water. The old man sensed the 2 flying swords piercing through the air and plucked 2 rivers from the 5-mountain crown. After manifesting, they were as slender as a woman's waist. One was turbid and yellowish, while the other was clear and green. They circled around the old man's futon, rolling and flowing. Again and again, they blocked the fierce attacks of the 2 flying swords, splashing water everywhere. The amount of river water was constantly decreasing. Laurel still paid more attention to the martial arts field. At this moment, the sea of clouds was less than 20 feet away from the ground. The futon the old man was sitting on almost touched the peak of the 4th mountain. His vision was blocked. Laurel stretched out a finger and tapped between his eyebrows, silently saying "open." In his vision, it was pitch black at first, then the clouds dispersed like the curtain of night, revealing the true appearance of the moon. The world was clear. Laurel's vision successfully passed through the 4 mountains and saw the golden-robed youth's figure. Good fellow, his like a loach, trying to slip away. The young man first lowered his head and bent his waist, using the strength of his shoulders to carry the mountain as he ran forward. As the 4 mountains sank, the young man simply bent his waist and rushed forward, using his back to support the mountain. The golden robe on his body displayed results that stunned the old man. It forcibly helped the young man win precious time in a critical moment, allowing the young man to roll when the mountain was only 4 feet away from the ground of the martial arts field, barely avoiding the fate of being crushed into meat paste by the mountain. Laurel sneered in his heart. Virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall. I was just waiting for the moment when you mistakenly thought that you had escaped. The 5th mountain that had been waiting for a long time was the most respected middle peak. One could vaguely see that the mountain's true form was steep. The youth being able to withstand the 4 mountains was already beyond Laurel's expectations. He originally thought that 3 mountains would be enough to crush this little fellow. That kind of fist technique that seemed to have no end to its power was really strange. If the youth could leave behind a fist technique manual after his death, it might not be inferior to the golden robe. The old man lightly shouted, "Go!" Middle Peak just happened to smash towards Chen Pingan, who was rolling on the ground. At the same time, the previous 4 mountains began to scatter, surrounding Middle Peak, and one after another, took root. Some crushed the buildings of the martial arts field, some crushed the high walls, some fell on the street outside the martial arts field, and some smashed into a private courtyard next to the martial arts field. Once the 4 mountains stood on the ground, and with Middle Peak in the center, it would form a natural formation. The 2 flying swords above the sea of clouds seemed to be connected to the youth's thoughts, and they attacked the 2 true meanings of the river with all their might. Laurel laughed heartily. "I'm afraid of you 2 little things. Good, good, good. This old man will play a game of tag with you 2. Let's see what you 2 will do when your master dies." The old man reached out with both hands, grabbing 2 black clouds. Then, he clapped his hands heavily, and the clouds covered the old man's figure and disappeared. Chen Pingan, who was surrounded by the 5 mountains, was already on the verge of death. Although Chu Yi and 15th sword energy was awe-inspiring, they were helpless against the hiding old man Laurel. They could only do their best to reduce the sea of clouds. Even though Chen Pingan had summoned the demon binding rope that was made from the 2 whiskers of the old flood dragon, it shone with a golden light and suddenly grew in size. It was like a golden flood dragon that coiled around the middle mountain, forcibly raising it up by several feet. It was not pressed down and connected with the earth, causing the 5 great mountains formation to be temporarily unable to take shape. However, even though the demon binding rope continued to shrink, squeezing the middle mountain, causing it to continuously crumble and fall, the middle mountain was still slowly sinking. The sea of clouds above Eagle Fortress was less than 10 feet above the ground. If someone stood on the viewing terrace of the main building and looked around, it would be like standing on the peak of a mountain thousands of feet above the ground. It was magnificent, with wind and clouds surging, and raging waves crashing on the shore. In the main building of Eagle Fortress, the man with the horsetail whisk who had drawn a circle around the ground was exhausted from being chased by the 2 natal flying swords, one big and one small. The members of the Huan family of Eagle Fortress had personally experienced the dazzling methods of the immortals on the mountain. While everyone rejoiced, some inevitably felt hopeless. They were martial artists of Jianghu, but they were not worth mentioning in front of the immortals on the mountain. Lu Tai didn't wait and see. He didn't let the 2 flying swords of high quality slowly exhaust the Qi cultivator of viewing sea state. Instead, he took out the magic weapons that he had plundered from all over the place from the colorful ribbon one by one. Through the gap of the cage created by the flying swords, he penetrated the cage and attacked the guy who turned the horsetail whisk silk rope into a white snake insidiously. For the Qi cultivator, this was no different from adding fuel to the fire and making him suffer unspeakably. The tall man first begged for mercy and persuaded Lu Tai that everything could be discussed. As long as Lu Tai stopped, he was willing to hand over all his belongings and let Lu Tai do whatever he wanted to his spirit. Seeing that Lu Tai was indifferent, the man who only had the iron handle of the horsetail whisk in his hand began to threatening to destroy Lu Tai's 2 life source flying swords. He must damage Lu Tai's soul and make it difficult for him to progress in his cultivation in this life. Lu Tai leaned against the chair of the lady of the castle and waved the folding fan in his hand. He did not pay any attention to the viewing Sea Realm cultivator who was struggling to make ends meet. The door of the hall had been forced open by him. Therefore, the scene of Eagle Fortress outside could be seen clearly. The sky was dark. Presumably, the hundreds of people in Eagle Fortress would never forget the scene today. The feeling of helplessness was deeply engraved in their bones. And this kind of influence was destined to be far-reaching. As long as these people could survive, today's incident about the immortals fighting and the mortals suffering would be passed down from generation to generation. If the 9 great continents of the vast world were all so lawless, they would have long been in a state of utter chaos. That was why the 3 Confucian academies and the 72 academies appeared. The purpose was to prevent the immortals on the mountain from destroying the mountains and rivers with one punch and smashing the cities in the mortal world with one magic weapon. After all, the people on the mountain came from the mortal world after all. If the mortal world was gone, what was the point of being on the mountain? Therefore, this was the boundary between good and evil, the difference between good and evil. Some Qi cultivators pursued the freedom of immortality. Since they were already standing on the mountain, they did not care whether the mortal world was dead or alive. Some cultivators either had a pure heart and few desires and did not care about the affairs of the mortal world. Or they abided by the rules and were willing to live less happily for the peace of the mortal world. They did not pursue absolute freedom. The world was full of different states and everyone had their own desires. Right and wrong were a mass of paste. Because there were too many people who only spoke the truth for others to hear. They did not use it to restrain their own hearts. It was the same on the mountain and under the mountain. Lu Tai was a disciple of the Yin-Yang school of Lu. He had a deeper understanding of human nature. Moreover, his family background and himself were very special. Not only was he not a sword cultivator, but he had raised 2 natal flying swords casually. He did not even get that strange colorful belt when he was playing in the ancestral hall of the family when he was young. Lu Tai's existence in the Lu clan of the Central Plains was somewhat restrictive. To those silent and lethargic old ancestors of the Lu clan, this junior was too awkward. At the same time, he was stunning. It was as though he had been born from the Tao. There was almost no precedent in history. Therefore, the massive Lu clan's attitude towards Lu Tai had always been ambiguous. The sage said, the big man changes into a tiger, the small man changes his face, and the gentleman changes into a leopard. Lu Tai's body was like a magic weapon. It was even more wonderful than the body that the young Kui Dong, Chen Ping'an's student, had stolen in his early years. Lu Tai paid attention to the sea of clouds outside the building, looking for the best time to make a move. The scene in the lobby of the main building had been covered. It was almost impossible for the man with the horsetail whisk to send a message out. The lady of the castle said softly, "Immortal Master, I've made up my mind." Lu Tai was puzzled. He looked down and asked, "What do you mean?" The lady's face was sad, but her eyes were resolute. She put her hand over her heart and asked, "Can he survive?" Although the lady was not a cultivator, the strange feeling in her heart had lasted for several years. She was not a fool. Connecting the disaster of the Eagle Fortress and the conversation between the man with the horsetail whisk and Lu Tai, she had guessed most of the situation. Lu Tai shook his head and said, "The little guy has deviated from the great Tao. He is violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Even if you die and he survives, he will still be a disaster in the future. When the time comes, a small Eagle Fortress will not even be qualified to be buried with him. It may very well be the entire Agarwood kingdom." The lady cried sadly, "But I want him to live. I can feel his existence. After all, he is like my child." Lu Tai was neither moved nor disdainful. She just smiled indifferently and stated a fact for the poor woman. "Then do you know that the little guy has already developed spiritual intelligence? That's why it can deliberately transmit false emotions to you. It can even subtly influence the host's mind with its instinct. Otherwise, why didn't you tell your husband about it when you knew that your body was strange?" The lady covered her heart with one hand and raised the other hand to cover her mouth. Her face was full of pain. She was at a loss and just shook her head at Lu Tai. The lady silently endured the heart-wrenching pain. She looked at Lu Tai with eyes full of pleading. Lu Tai sighed. Why did you do this? Do you really want to abandon the hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress? Think about it. Your husband Huan Yang, your children Huan Chang and Huan Shu, and the castle that gave birth to you and raised you. Just for this filthy thing that has yet to be born and already belongs to the evil path? The lady just shook her head with tears in her eyes and put down her arm. Blood immediately gushed out of her mouth. It was as black as ink and extremely terrifying. The lady couldn't care less about her appearance as a housewife. She was already in a daze. She begged Lu Tai, let him live. I beg you, immortal master. What did he do wrong? Now, he only killed his mother. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. So, immortal master, please teach him more in the future and persuade him to be good. Don't go astray. Immortal master, you are omnipotent. You can definitely do it. My child will definitely be a good person. The lady was like a porcelain piece that was full of holes. As her heart trembled violently, it couldn't bear the burden and finally shattered completely. But she still stared at Lu Tai's face. Lu Tai smiled and nodded. All right, he can live. The corner of the lady's mouth twitched and she slowly closed her eyes. Shocking black blood still gurgled from her eye sockets. It turned out that her eyelids were broken. Her eyeballs also fell in front of her, then slid down from her dress to the ground and rolled behind the chair. In the hall, there was dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Only the owner of the Eagle Castle, Huan Yang, whose 5 senses were sealed, was tied to the chair. The man's eyes were red. He was full of unforgettable anger towards the woman who slept with him day and night. How could she be so selfish? She must have been possessed by the devil and gone mad. She didn't die unjustly at all. She should die together with that little bastard, the freak in her heart. Lu Tai came to the front of the dead lady. He bent down and stared at her blood-soaked chest. He murmured, "Your mother sacrificed so much for you. She gave you everything and even gave up her conscience. What about you? Why are you still crazily absorbing the corpse's spirit and soul? When she was alive, you already tormented her enough. Now that she's dead, can't you let her have a moment of peace after death?" The lady's undulating heart suddenly stopped. It was as if there was a faint cry that came to the mortal world, just like all the babies in the world. She came crying. It's too late. Lu Tai suddenly stabbed the bamboo fan in his hand, piercing through the lady's heart and nailing it to the back of the chair. He said expressionlessly, "The mortal world is very boring. It's better not to come." An ear-piercing scream suddenly resounded in the hall. The candlelight was extinguished and the sound of pillars shattering sounded at the same time. Everyone's courage was torn apart. Only Huan Yang was relieved of a heavy burden. Then, he was disappointed. His eyes were empty as he stared blankly at the chair beside him. That gentle girl, his childhood sweetheart, had died an ugly death. This man didn't even know that he, who was unable to calm down, was already crying. 300. Outside the Huan family's ancestral hall, the sloppy old man used the secret technique taught by Fortress Lord Huan to cast the spell using the 2 bowls that contained the blood of the Huan family's descendants. After waiting for a while, the old man fell to the ground and murmured, "Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this." The Huan siblings were covered in blood and their faces were pale. The young Daoist's lips trembled. Those demons and ghosts, I don't know what kind of evil method they used to deplete the spiritual energy of the 2 stone lions. Dao Xiang sat on the ground and supported himself with his saber. The old Daoist turned his head and looked at the sea of clouds in the martial arts field. The mountains sank and the fists met the enemies. Above the sea of clouds, there was sword light. A glimmer of hope appeared in the old Daoist's heart. He struggled to stand up and said to the 4 young people, "The 4 of you, quickly leave the Eagle Fortress. You escorted me here and now it's my turn to escort you children. You can consider it as leaving behind some descendants of the Huan family in the Eagle Fortress. Don't hesitate, quickly leave this place and go as far as you can. Don't think about revenge in the future." Dao Xiang didn't show any signs of getting up. He raised his head and looked at the Huan family girl that he had admired for many years. He said with a hoarse voice, "Huan Shu, you and Huan Chang should leave together. I want to stay here. After traveling for so many years, I'm really tired. I won't leave today." The young Daoist was about to speak when Dao Xiang shook his head and said, "Huang Shong, don't try to persuade me. I've already made up my mind." The old Daoist sighed and led his disciple and the Huan siblings to the north gate of the Eagle Fortress. Dao Xiang sat cross-legged facing the ancestral hall and began to wipe his saber with his sleeve. Huang Shong followed his master and ran. His vision was blurry and he didn't dare to look back at the young warrior. Huan Shu suddenly turned her head and looked at the familiar man's back. She couldn't bear to see him like this. There were thousands of words in her heart, but when they reached her mouth, they disappeared. Between life and death, one's temperament was the most sincere. The young woman was dragged away by her elder brother and didn't stay any longer. Dao Xiang lowered his head and stared at the face reflected by the blade. He twitched the corner of his mouth. He still didn't like her. The instant the ghost infant was stabbed to death by Lu Tai's bamboo fan, its anguished wails could be heard from the main hall of the building. Above the black sea of clouds outside the building, the old man Laurel appeared again, his expression extremely ugly. He was so angry that even the 5 great mountains' crown began to tremble. The sea of clouds that had almost drowned the ridge of the roof rolled like boiling water. The old man roared at the main building, "Trash, trash. What's the use of keeping you alive?" Laurel stretched out a hand and suddenly clenched it. In the main hall, the man with the horsetail whisk who was struggling to deal with the 2 flying swords was controlled by the old man's secret method at the beginning of learning Taoism. At this moment, his heart exploded without any warning, and then his soul was scattered. His bones and flesh were separated, and all the blood was stripped clean. It turned into a big ball of scarlet blood and rushed out without caring about the cost. The explosion of the ocean of qi of a watering sea-state cultivator had already blown the talisman array that was occupied by Lu Tai into a mess. When the blood gushed out, it was like a tired bird returning to its nest, trying to fly to the old man outside the building. Lu Tai frowned and withdrew the needle tip to prevent it from being contaminated by the filthy blood. At that time, it would not be as easy as consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He no longer poured spiritual energy into the talisman formation. As a result, the blood was like a stream, stretching out into a long river from the main hall to the old man with the tall crown on the sea of clouds, pouring into the old man's palm. The old man was like a starving man. His eyes shone with bloody light. He waved his sleeves and 2 streams of red qi surged out from his sleeves. For a moment, the astral wind blew, and the 2 flying swords drifted in the sea of clouds. Laurel's face was ferocious. He lowered his head and looked at the central mountain that hadn't touched the ground. He said angrily, "What a last-ditch struggle. I thought the ghost baby was just born and didn't have enough appetite, so I pressed you under the millstone of the mountain and squeezed your blood bit by bit. Now that you have ruined everything, I don't need to be so particular. Go to hell." Lu Tai had already arrived at the observation platform of the main building of the Eagle Fortress. He drove the 2 flying swords to the old man and laughed heartily, "Old bastard. My Taiping Mountain has been waiting for this day for a long time." The old man's face froze, and then he laughed crazily, "Even if I die here today, I will bury the 2 genius cultivators of Taiping Mountain with me." The old man kept waving his sleeves, trying his best to stop the 4 flying swords of Chu 1, 15, Needle Point, and Mai Mang. His other hand clenched into a fist and smashed down fiercely. "Little bastard, you won't die even if you die." Lu Tai's eyes changed slightly, and he silently said, "Go." A colorful ribbon flashed from the balcony, and together with the demon binding rope that wrapped around the mountain like a golden serpent, they pulled up together. They could not let this middle peak join the other 4 peaks that were rooted in the ground. When the 5 peaks formed a formation, Chen Pinggan would probably be crushed into a pile of meat paste, let alone a 4th realm martial artist. Even if he had a 6th realm physique, he would probably be crushed alive. Lu Tai shouted angrily, "Rise." The mountain began to rise a few feet. Who doesn't know how to risk their lives? The old man Laurel was indeed a wild individual cultivator who was famous for his ruthlessness. He laughed wantonly and stood up. After putting away the futon, the lower half of his body began to rot like dead wood and ashes kept drifting away. The old man still didn't care. He rushed to the central mountain and pressed down after his feet touched the mountain peak. The mountain peak that was bound by the colorful belt and the golden demon binding rope was successfully pressed to the bottom. When the central mountain fell to the ground, the entire Eagle Fortress began to tremble, and cracks began to appear in the mountains outside the fortress. The golden demon binding rope slid down the mountain to the ground. The old man Laurel laughed and grabbed the demon binding rope in his hand. When the 5 mountains were gathered, the formation was completed. On the upper balcony, Lu Tai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered forward a few steps. He held onto the railing with difficulty and his fingers moved slightly. He said with difficulty, "Come back." The colorful belt that originally bound the central mountain also lost its brilliance and began to return to its original shape. Then, it swept toward the main building. The old man's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed the ribbon again. He had just gotten the demon binding rope, and now he had this ribbon, which was undoubtedly a magic treasure, in his pocket. There was always a way out. Although he suffered a great loss this time, at least he didn't lose everything. The old man sat cross-legged again. The futon appeared out of thin air. After this battle, the 5 mountains crown on his head had thinned out. In the sea of clouds above his head, only the 2 flying swords of the sword cultivator in the main building, one big and one small, were still struggling. The old man Laurel had been secretly observing the 2 pocket-sized flying swords. After the central mountain successfully crushed the golden-robed youth, the flying swords fell to the ground and landed in 2 alleys in the distance. They were most likely destroyed. It was a pity. Today, he had gotten his revenge. The old man was somewhat pleased. Firstly, he could no longer maintain the 5 mountains' true form formation. Secondly, he had to quickly peel off the golden robe from the youth's corpse and quickly leave the Eagle Fortress. He didn't want to be intercepted and killed by the old bastards of Mount Taiping. Otherwise, he would be like a stray dog again. At this point, Mount Taiping still didn't have any Jindan or Yuanying ancestors. It seemed that the 2 brats, one dead and one injured, were too arrogant and gave him a chance to leave safely. However, the 2 youngsters were definitely the most outstanding direct disciples of Mount Taiping. They might even be the proud disciples of the Mount Taiping master. That was why they had the guts to parade around with such magic treasures. If he hadn't already formed an irreconcilable grudge with Mount Taiping, he probably would have avoided them long ago. The old man Laurel silently chanted the mountain return mantra. The 5 mountains instantly rose from the ground. They became smaller and smaller in size and finally returned to the 5 mountains crown. The old man waved his sleeve to control the sea of clouds, blocking the 2 flying swords of Lu Tai. He sat cross-legged on the futon and smiled as he descended towards the martial arts field. There was a dazzling golden color on the ground. It was like a golden robe that had accidentally fallen from a bamboo pole and was casually spread on the ground. Although a magic treasure was clearly at his fingertips, the old man Laurel's expression changed drastically. He clapped his hands in the air and his entire body, along with the futon, suddenly rose into the air. After a series of battles and the old man's own spiritual energy, the black sea of clouds that was less than a tenth of what was left of it surged towards the old man. The golden color on the martial arts field jumped out of the pit that was just big enough for a person to lie flat on and shouted, "Lu Tai, lend me the tip of your needle." Lu Tai wasn't surprised at all. With a slight thought, the huge needle tip of the flying sword appeared under Chen Pingan's feet. Lu Tai had actually discovered some clues from the fall of Chu Yi and 15. Chen Pingan had said that they were his natal flying swords, but they weren't Chen Pingan's natal items. Therefore, if Chen Pingan had really died, Chu Yi and 15 would have fought even harder to kill the enemy. Only Chen Pingan had faked his death and deliberately let the 2 flying swords act. After that, the demon binding rope also faked his death. Lu Tai had a hard time holding back his laughter. Following the example of the old man, the platform also lost control of the multicolored belt on purpose, allowing the old man to take it away. The old man left very quickly, but Chu Yi and 15, who had been hiding nearby, were even faster. One on the left and one on the right, they instantly pierced through the futon, causing the old man Laurel's fleeing speed to slightly stagnate. There was also Lu Tai's flying sword, Wheat Orn, blocking the old man in the air. Most importantly, Lu Tai's multicolored belt and Chen Pingan's golden demon binding rope had come alive again. They bound the old man Laurel's arms at the same time, like two pythons coiling around a person. As for Chen Pingan, he stepped on the tip of the flying sword and chased after the old man Laurel and Yun Hai in the air. Flying sword. Under the suppression of the mountains, he had used Lu Tai's ribbon to buy time. In addition, Chen Pingan had already calculated the largest pothole. Before he punched, he had stamped his foot and cracked the ground, forcibly opening up a large hole that could allow him to lie down and escape the fate of being smashed to pieces. However, under the pressure of the 5 mountain array's majestic chi, Chen Pingan, who felt like he was in a sealed coffin, did not feel good at all. A few of his ribs had already been broken. If he had not gotten used to this in the bamboo house, he would have only been able to watch the old man Laurel leave. Before Chen Pingan stepped on the sword and ascended, he used the sword master's sword controlling technique to grab the longsword infatuation that had been thrown to the side earlier. With the ribbon and demon binding rope binding the old man's 2 coins, the 2 items could break through the cover of Yun Hai and accurately guide the 3 flying swords to pierce through the futon. This allowed Chen Pingan, who was using sword controlling technique for the first time, to quickly catch up to the old man Laurel. He swung his sword at the back of the old man's head. The old man had truly used all his strength to move forward with the sea of clouds. Only then did he manage to dodge the attack with great difficulty. However, sword chi overflowed and left a bloody wound on the old man Laurel's head. On the balcony, Lu Tai gritted his teeth and said, "Blossom again." His green robes fluttered as he chased after the old man with the wind. His speed was even faster than the tip of a flying sword. Lu Tai drew an arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he quickly blocked the path of the old man from the Dragon Gate realm, Laurel. The old man suffered greatly and did not dare to force his way through. He took a detour, but in the end, he was pierced through by the golden-robed boy, who had attacked 2 times slower than him. His heart felt cold. Furthermore, the sword was extremely strange. His life force and spirit chi were suddenly drained away by the long sword that had pierced through his body. The old man stopped, and the sea of clouds under the futon stopped as well. He lowered his head to look at the tip of the sword and smiled mournfully. The ones who took my life were not the 4 life-bound flying swords. The one who helped the long sword take my life was actually a mind talisman that I looked down on. Why are these little immortals from the Zone clan even more cunning than us uncultivated cultivators? Chen Pingan originally wanted to take advantage of his victory and strike again. He wanted to break the old man Laurel's head, but Lu Tai had already roared in his mind to remind Chen Pingan to use the tip of the flying sword to quickly retreat as far away as possible. Laurel touched the crooked 5 great mountains crown on his head. He did not pull out the infatuation that had pierced his heart. Instead, he looked at Lu Tai with a sinister smile. His hands were still tightly bound by the 2 magic swords, doing his best to restrict the old man's spirit chi flow. The futon was already broken. Dozens of holes had been pierced by the 3 flying swords. Air was leaking out everywhere. Lu Tai and Laurel stood facing each other with lingering fear. At that time, they purposely called themselves cultivators from Mount Taiping in order to scare this old man away. Who would have thought that once he heard that they were from Mount Taiping, he would bite people like a mad dog? Chen Pingan's situation at that time was truly a matter of life and death. Lu Tai steadied his mind and said calmly, "We are actually not cultivators from Mount Taiping." The old man's mouth twitched and he said with a fake smile, "I thought it through just now. Mount Taiping can't teach you 2 children." The sea of clouds in the surroundings gradually dissipated, returning to heaven and earth without accomplishing anything. Immortals always fought in the sky. But the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion were mostly in the human world. The atmosphere in the main hall of Castle Flying Eagle was strange. Castle Lord Huanyang was already able to move freely, but he did not even look at the corpse of the woman on the chair beside him. The old housekeeper, Hya, glanced at the castle lord's wife with a complicated expression. He could not bear it and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Huan Yang's cold gaze. Huan Yang placed one hand on the chair and said in a low voice, "No one is to spread what happened in the hall today. Whoever dares to leak a word will not only be punished according to the family rules, but will also implicate everyone in the family. Their limbs will be broken and they will all be expelled from Castle Flying Eagle." Huan Yang did not turn his head and only casually pointed at the chair beside him. Madam fell ill from overwork and was seriously ill. She could not be cured. Huan Yang paused and said coldly, "Her memorial tablet will not be placed in the ancestral hall of the Huan family after her death. She is not allowed to be buried in." Everyone in the hall kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to question him. The old master, Hya, finally could not help but step forward and interrupt Huan Yang's second half of his sentence. He said sadly, "Castle Lord, Madam is at fault, but I hope that you will allow her to be buried in the back mountain on account of her years of assisting her husband, teaching her children, and managing the family business. Castle Lord, I beg you." In the end, the old steward who worked hard for the Eagle Castle and explained the Tao to a group of children was actually sobbing uncontrollably. Huan Yang flew into a rage and slammed the chair's handle, causing the entire chair to break and collapse. His face was dark as he thought for a moment and snorted coldly. "We will discuss this later." Huan Yang, who had always been kind to people, was now like a hungry eagle. He looked around, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. No one dared to look him in the eyes and lowered their heads. It's still hard to say whether Castle Flying Eagle can survive. Don't leave this place for now. Hya, kill anyone who dares to leave the gate. After saying this, Huan Yang left the hall alone and went up the stairs. In the end, he came to a place that even his father did not know why it was called Upper Balcony. The man who had never been so cold-hearted in his life looked into the distance, trying to see the result of the battle earlier. Unfortunately, his martial arts cultivation was average and his eyesight was limited. He could not see anything at all. He could only vaguely see the sea of clouds dissipating and the sword light crisscrossing. Huan Yang lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. "If that ghost baby is really as powerful as they say it is, it will be great if Castle Flying Eagle has full control over it." The old Taoist led the three of them out of Castle Flying Eagle smoothly and went all the way to the depths of the mountains in the north. This trip was unimaginably smooth. Other than the occasional otherworldly item that came out to disturb the situation, there were not many twists and turns. Not to mention the three young people who survived the disaster, even the old Taoist himself felt that it was unimaginable. For a moment, the four of them felt as if a lifetime had passed. Standing on the hillside, Huan Chang suddenly said, "I want to go back." The sloppy old man nodded inwardly. With such thoughts, regardless of whether it was childish or not, there was hope for the Huan family to rise again in the future. If he only focused on escaping, the old man would not look down on the girl Huan Shu. However, he would look down on old brother Huan's grandson from the bottom of his heart. The sea of clouds that was originally as black as ink had dissipated. Although it was still hard to say that Castle Flying Eagle had escaped death, it was still a good sign. The old Taoist looked over and used his sect's Daoist techniques to roughly observe the atmosphere. The dense yin qi in Castle Flying Eagle had almost completely dissipated. Thus, he comforted Huan Chang. "Don't be in a hurry to go back. The situation seems to be on our side now. At this time, you must not cause any trouble." Huan Chang gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He said in a muffled voice, "My parents are still in danger and as a son, I have to stand by and do nothing. I'm not a son." The old man laughed involuntarily. He was not impatient and patiently explained, "Fearless sacrifice is not true courage. Huan Chang, if you want to be a man like your grandfather, only when there is no way to retreat and when there is a sense of righteousness, then you will do the magnificent feat of cleaving the Ling official statue with a knife. Even us cultivators who live in seclusion on the mountain would praise you and call you a hero after hearing this. This courage is not the bravery of an ignorant person. It is not sending yourself to death for nothing." Huan Chang nodded silently. This young martial artist who had high hopes placed on him by the family was not someone who would go to a dead end. If he was not broad-minded, as the next castle lord of Castle Flying Eagle, he would not have tolerated Dao Xiang, who was a foreigner who was rising day by day in Castle Flying Eagle. Huan Shu lightly tugged on Huan Chang's sleeve. Huan Chang raised his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Don't worry." The old man was gratified. Only this way would the pugilistic world be interesting. The young Daoist Huang Shong murmured, "Master, can those two foreigners really kill that devil in the sky?" The old Daoist did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and said, "To have the ability to set up such a huge trap and reverse the feng shui of 100 miles, it is very likely that it is a great devil in the Golden Core realm. Let alone me, even your talented grandmaster would not be able to move mountains when he was at the peak of his cultivation. Those two youngsters would be extremely lucky if they could chase away the strong enemy. They don't even have the extravagant hope of successfully killing the enemy." After escaping from the danger zone, the old man's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. Instantly, he appeared dispirited. Today's battle had caused this Daoist who lived in the mountains to be physically and mentally exhausted. The old Daoist leaned against a big tree. Unless a great cultivator of the Fusho sect heard the news and rushed over, and his seniority must not be low. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to stop that devil who controlled the sea of clouds. The three people's expressions were heavy. Huan Shu bit her lips tightly. Her mood was especially complicated. Her parents were still in a difficult situation, and there was a fool who was willing to wait for death outside the ancestral hall. Even if she and her brother were to live, their future was still uncertain. Huan Shu really did not know where to go. Huang Shong's expression was gloomy. After painstakingly cultivating for several years, he did not dare to slack off for a moment. He originally thought that he had achieved a small success in Daoist techniques and that he would be able to cross mountains and meet rivers easily. Who would have thought that he would almost lose his life in this paradise-like Flying Eagle fortress? The old man broke the depressing atmosphere. After taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "But don't worry. As long as the devil returns defeated this time, he will definitely attract the attention of the Fusho sect. Within 100 years, the devil will absolutely not dare to stir up trouble again. The Fusho sect has two immortals who have become Daoist companions. Once he angers them, either one of them will go down the mountain to kill the devil. It will be a piece of cake." The old man seemed to be still angry. He made a gesture of turning his hand and said with a smile, "A piece of cake." Outside the ancestral hall, Dao Xiang was deeply worried. He was not worried that Flying Eagle Fortress would become a purgatory in the human world. Instead, he was worried that his family's ancestor, who had been thrown here when he was young, would suffer too heavy a loss in this battle and prevent him from becoming the #1 Grandmaster in the Agawad Kingdom step by step. He wanted to keep the beauty he admired in his arms. He really liked Huan Shu, who he had watched grow from a little girl to a young girl and then into a graceful woman. He wanted a beauty. He also wanted Jiang Hu. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery. Occasionally, he would take the opportunity to run around Jianghu for the Huan family and meet with the ancestor in private. The ancestor once taught him that as long as it was something he liked, he should hold it in his hands. If he really could not hold on to it, he should just forget about it or directly destroy it. Dao Xiang deeply agreed. There was no one around. Dao Xiang, who had taken off his mask, looked uncertain. He put away his messy thoughts and finally felt that the pair of stone lions, which had been useless for a long time, were an eyesore. He chopped the two stone lions in half and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. After venting his anger, the young man immediately realized that he had done wrong. Once the ancestor's plan failed, he would have to return to his nest to recuperate. His act of pique would easily reveal some clues and the damned old man would find out something. Therefore, the meticulous Dao Xiang quickly stepped forward and used the pure genuine qi on the hilt of his saber to smash the stone lion statue on the ground bit by bit. Then, he quickly walked to the main building of Flying Eagle Fortress. Halfway there, he slapped himself in the chest and did not stop until blood spurted out of his mouth. The mountain was dangerous and Lord Feng fell easily. Jianghu was dangerous and deep water was easy to capsize. The ups and downs of people's hearts were the most difficult to calm. It was very difficult to be calm and sincere. 301. According to the celestial records, the Tongyi continent was full of mountain gods, demons, and spirits. Even though Chen Pinggan had deliberately avoided scenic spots with abundant spiritual energy, or filthy and dangerous places, sometimes he would still be tricked. For example, one night, Chen Pinggan saw a brightly lit small town. Chen Pinggan didn't have a map, so he thought he needed food, so he followed the lights. This was because geomancy maps had always been banned by the dynasties and countries, and were even more strictly controlled than weapons. The small town didn't have a night ban, but there were guards at the gate to check the customs documents. When Chen Pinggan entered the town and found an inn that hadn't closed yet, the innkeeper shook his head and said that the money Chen Pinggan gave was wrong and that they wouldn't accept it. Every country had their own copper coins, so this was normal. But it was strange that they didn't even accept real gold and silver. Fortunately, the innkeeper pointed the way, saying that there was a place where they could exchange gold and silver for their money. After exchanging, they could come back to the inn and stay. So, Chen Pinggan found a shop with a very high counter, almost as high as a person and a half. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Chen Pinggan stepped on a small stool and said that he wanted to exchange money. He gave a few silver ingots in exchange for a pile of copper coins and a stack of paper notes. The copper coins were heavy and of high quality. Chen Pinggan saw that there were official imperial and bank seals on the paper notes, so he didn't think too much about it. He returned to the inn, paid the money, and showed the customs documents. The innkeeper meticulously recorded them for the local officials to check. The next day, when Chen Pinggan was ready to leave, the innkeeper was still calculating on his abacus. He smiled and reminded Chen Pinggan that there was a custom here. When chatting with others, one must not mention the word paper, such as armchair strategizing or empty words. Otherwise, don't blame him for not reminding you if you get kicked out of the town. Chen Pinggan kept it in mind. After thanking the innkeeper, he went to buy fuel and 2 sets of clothes. When he returned to the inn, he found the food bland and tasteless. Then, he left the town and walked for dozens of miles before he could see the outline of the city. Encountering a sudden heavy rain, Chen Pinggan stood in a dilapidated pavilion on a mountain to take shelter from the rain. He had nothing to do, so he slowly practiced martial arts. Then, he saw a shocking scene. The city at the foot of the mountain melted in the rain like a pile of mud. Chen Pinggan quickly took out the things he bought in the town, as well as the copper coins and paper notes. Suddenly, his scalp went numb. They were all cut from white paper, as if living people were burning paper for the dead in the underworld. Someone seemed to be amused by Chen Pinggan's embarrassment. Inside the wall of the pavilion, someone snickered. The sound passed through the wall and echoed inside the pavilion. Before, Chen Pinggan was just amazed by the unimaginable small town, but he was not really afraid of these strange things. So, when someone in the mountain pavilion played tricks, Chen Pinggan quickly calmed down. He just sat on a bench made of old wood deep in the mountains, looked at the pale white wall opposite him, and drank silently. Unless he was extremely unlucky and met a mountain demon or a demon who was good at disguise, he was most likely a person with shallow cultivation. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Chen Pinggan to kill it with a slap. That person still did not know that he had hit an iron plate. He was deliberately mystifying, and his voice pretended to be more gloomy. "You are not afraid of me?" Chen Pinggan put the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist, stood up, and slowly walked to the wall. With a snap, he directly pasted a pagoda demon subduing talisman on it. Immediately, there was a cry of begging for mercy, which seemed to be slightly childish. Chen Pinggan did not take off the yellow talisman paper. He smiled and asked, "Do you think I am afraid?" The guy shouted, "I am afraid, I am afraid, I am so scared that I almost came back to life. Come on out. If you continue to hide, I won't be polite with you. Tell me, what's going on with that small town?" Chen Pinggan took off the pagoda demon subduing talisman, put it into his sleeve, and returned to his original position. From the wall, a young boy with lingering fear walked out. There was an official patch embroidered on both his front and back, but it was not as colorful as the secular courts, only black and white. He stood timidly at the foot of the wall and looked at the immortal sitting opposite him. Not only did he not bow, but he also made a strange sound to introduce himself. It turned out that he was a lord of the land appointed by the previous dynasty. After the change of the emperor and the name of the country, he was automatically classified as the old officials. Without an official position, his already meager cultivation became even lower. When he was alive, he was the beloved youngest son of a high-ranking military official. On the 7th day after his death, a wandering immortal passed by and entered the mourning hall to help his father. Thus, he became a low-ranking local lord and had a lot of incense burning. It was so that he could protect the feng shui of his family's ancestral grave. Later, the mountains and rivers changed color, and everything became a fleeting cloud. Looking back, it was not a big deal. In fact, it was quite interesting. Chen Pinggan asked the lord of the land, who had lost the legitimacy of the court, about the origins of the paper doll town. It turned out that more than 10,000 residents of the town had died overnight in what seemed like a natural disaster. In order to prevent the people from panicking, the court ordered the surrounding counties to block the news and even invited a Buddhist monk to perform a ritual. Only then did it not evolve into a dangerous and sinister place. Chen Pinggan asked what would happen to the town after the storm. The boy smiled and said that it was fine. As long as the weather was fine for a few days, everything would return to normal. Chen Pinggan squatted on the ground, facing the town, and burned the paper money and paper clothes in the pavilion. The boy squatted on the side and sighed, "I didn't expect this old immortal to be such a kind person." Chen Pinggan dismissed it with a smile. He also asked the boy about the situation of the mountains and rivers within a radius of 1,000 miles, and whether there were any celestial houses or ferries. The boy answered all of them without hiding anything. He said that about 800 miles to the north, there was indeed a demon making trouble and occupying the mountain as its king. It did not often kidnap woodcutters and mountain people, so it was relatively safe on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. There were few rumors of people suffering. When it was at its peak, many chi cultivators in the mountain had to take a detour. However, after an unforeseen event, it quieted down. It was said that there were only a few kittens and puppies left. It was hard to say what the truth was. There were all kinds of rumors outside. Some said that the celestial master of Fuxia sect found it an eyesore, and some said that when Buddhist practitioners stayed there was a demon who was blind and provoked the Buddhist master, Vajra, which led to this disaster. Chen Pinggan was slightly surprised. Back then in the territory of Dali, Chen Pinggan could not forget the mountain road where the bridal gown ghost appeared. There were some withered branches in the pavilion. With the help of the boy, he gathered them together and lit a match. A man and a monster squatted by the bonfire. Although the boy looked young, he had lived for 500 years. He explained to Chen Pinggan the reason why the demon on that mountain would not eat the grass near its nest is because the mountain king has a relatively mild temper. Of course, there are many violent people under him. Of course, they don't have a bodhisattva's heart. However, the most frightening thing for an independent territory is to have a bad reputation. It will cause people to change their expressions when they talk about it. What if it attracts immortal disciples who have nothing better to do and covet the secular reputation of slaying demons? What should we do? Chen Pinggan nodded. The boy put his palms close to the bonfire and chuckled, "To kill or not to kill? After killing the small one, the big one will come. After killing the big one, the old one will come. Even if they have the ability to kill 2 of them, if 3 of them come, they will all be killed. If they are all killed, the local officials will report it to the imperial court. The emperor will feel embarrassed and will plead with the immortal master to come out of the mountain." The boy said helplessly, "It's the most annoying." Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "If not for that, it would have been a mess. How can the people at the foot of the mountain live? Just that small town alone has more than 10,000 people dead. What will their relatives and friends in other places think? Everyone is gone in one night. Those who are still alive will also be afraid." The boy was stunned as if he had never thought of this problem. Later on, the boy talked about some interesting things in the vicinity. Most of them were hearsay. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years. He had to find some fun to pass the time. After the heavy rain stopped, Chen Pinggan said goodbye to the little land official and continued on his way. Only the boy was left standing outside the pavilion, mumbling to himself. Chen Pinggan passed by a barren tomb along the way. A group of poor scholars who had come to the capital to take the imperial examination stood in front of a large tomb. They looked ashamed and amazed. Then, he saw two snow-white foxes scurrying out from between the tombs and bowing. There were also a few younger foxes lying on top of the tombs and giggling. Their eyes were lively and full of longing and shyness. They did not look like ferocious demons at all. Instead, they looked like gluttonous children. The scholars returned the greeting. Chen Pinggan found it funny. He knew that it must be the fox demons who were bewitching people. However, Chen Pinggan was not too worried. The fox demons in the world, no matter which continent they were from, would not do anything cruel. They were naturally close to humans since ancient times. It was more to break through the barrier of love and increase their realm and cultivation. Therefore, Chen Pinggan did not expose them on the spot. He did not want the scholars to find out that the so-called luxurious house in front of them was actually a tomb. Chen Pinggan just quietly stayed by the tomb. As expected, the scholars left the rich and powerful mansion safely the next day. They were all overjoyed and felt that it was a good encounter and that their lives were not in vain. Chen Pinggan left with a smile. 300 miles later, Chen Pinggan arrived at a small country called North Jin. When he passed by a city, he happened to encounter a market. Chen Pinggan really bought 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. He had heard that the Rushu temple in North Jin was very famous. There was a large stone, which was said to be one of the places where a bodhisattva comprehended the Tao. It was called the Stone Lotus Platform. The stone was 15 feet wide and could accommodate hundreds of people. No one could explain why a single person was able to make it sway. The emperor of North Jin was visiting the west. After he tried it himself, he was very happy and made the Rushu temple famous. However, when Chen Pinggan asked a few people, they all said that they did not know what the Rushu temple was. Chen Pinggan then remembered that the boy mentioned this incident. It should have happened 200 years ago. 200 years in the human world was enough to change many customs. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a while, but he still persevered. He only stopped when he asked about the ruins of the Rushu temple. He went there. Weeds grew everywhere. There was neither human nor demonic aura. It was gloomy. Under the setting sun, Chen Pinggan found a large stone. He could not see anything strange about it. Chen Pinggan finished the last candied hawthorn, threw the bamboo stick, and turned to leave. After Chen Pinggan walked out of the dilapidated gate of the Rushu temple, a small person popped its head out from the top of the large stone. It sat on the stone, silent. It turned out that the reason why the lotus platform swayed was because it had given birth to a small lotus person who liked to hide and giggle. Every time someone tried to shake the large stone, it would immediately become excited. It swayed left and right, and the large stone would sway with it. Thus, it was misunderstood. But one day, it felt a little bored, and the stone lotus platform's shaking began to sometimes not. Finally, it became completely as still as a mountain. It turned out that it had left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go to a faraway place to find its companions. After being alone for years and years, it felt lonely. In the end, it found 2 companions, a snake spirit and a water deer spirit. The pure and innocent little lotus person was cheated by them of a small arm formed by the cloud root and the earth spirit, and a yellow lotus leaf. But it persisted in looking for companions. Finally, it found a flower spirit that did not ask for anything from it. It brought her back to the stone lotus platform and played with her, teasing the tourists. But one day, when it woke up, it found that the spiritual energy on the stone lotus platform was gone, and the flower spirit had also disappeared. The stone lotus platform that had lost its spirituality was once again left unattended. Finally, it was completely forgotten. There was only a one-armed little spirit that often sat on the edge of the stone platform, humming a folk song and gently swaying its feet. Occasionally, it would feel a little sad, because it did not know whether its 3 companions were doing well or not. If they were not doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would comfort them. If they were doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would be happy for them. It could not understand. The little fellow suddenly turned its head and found that the outsider wearing a snow-white robe was sitting on the other side of the stone, drinking wine while facing the sunset. After noticing its gaze, he smiled at it. The little fellow was so scared that it quickly got up, jumped, and directly disappeared into the large stone. Chen Pingan laughed out loud, jumped off the stone, and left Yu Chu temple for real, no longer teasing that little spirit. The little fellow hid in the stone for a long time before it dared to sneak out. It looked around, and after confirming that the person was no longer there, it came to the place where the person was sitting. It suddenly opened its eyes wide, and found a coin that was surrounded by spiritual energy. The spirits of the world, most of them liked the immortals' money on the mountain, and ate it as food. Putting down a snow coin, Chen Pingan did it casually. But when Chen Pingan left the city, walked out of the official road, and entered the mountain, he found that in front of the small road, there was a little thing with tears in its eyes, holding the snow coin with both hands. Looking at Chen Pingan, the little thing seemed to be nervous, but also happy. Chen Pingan slowly walked over. The little fellow was naturally timid, and instantly disappeared on the road. This repeated a few times, and the little fellow followed Chen Pingan for nearly 100 miles. Chen Pingan did not take the initiative to get close to it, and let it follow him at a moderate distance. Just like that, an adult and a child walked together. When they arrived at the deep mountain forest mentioned by the boy, the mountain was indeed steep. When Chen Pingan was about to walk out of the mountain boundary, he met a little spirit that seemed to have gone mad. Its clothes were ragged, and it staggered, and it was repeatedly muttering a sad sentence, with such a heart, "How did you become a Buddha? How did you become a Buddha?" The little fellow was so scared that it did not care about anything else, and ran all the way, hiding at Chen Pingan's feet. After that, the little fellow completely let down its guard. It would either jump around beside Chen Pingan, or sit on Chen Pingan's shoulder. Later, Chen Pingan brought this new companion that could not speak, and passed by a country that was constantly at war. The people were plunged into misery and suffering, and a group of heroes were forced to become bandits. They occupied a mountain and set up a banner. Along the way, Chen Pingan heard about the heroic deeds of these 36 heroes, how heroic they were, how their martial arts were superb, and how they were able to uproot mountains and rivers. Naturally, Chen Pingan did not believe all of them, but he also thought that if there was a chance, he would go to that mountain to take a look and meet the heroes. Even if they might not be willing to drink with him at the same table, it would be good to get some of their heroic spirit from afar. In the end, Chen Pingan went there out of admiration, and encountered a black shop that sold human meat buns. When Chen Pingan saw that a few traveling merchants had fainted, he also pretended to be unconscious. He was tied up and brought to the back of the shop, and was thrown on a long pork chopping board. Then, a shop assistant carrying a boning knife walked towards them, yawning. In a nearby provincial city, the executioner was about to execute a bandit, and there were actually dozens of people who came to the execution ground. In particular, there was a burly man who was holding a pair of axes, and he killed his way over. He was in high spirits and laughed loudly. Whether it was the commoners watching the show or the soldiers, they were all chopped in half by a broad axe. A short, dark-skinned man reprimanded him, and only then did he resentfully stop. He looked ashamed and drooped his eyes, and there was not the slightest bit of killing intent. The dark-skinned man glanced at the burly man, and then waved his hand to let him leave. The man looked around, his face full of exhaustion, but even more gratification and joy. Just now, when he reprimanded the burly man with the double axes, his words were harsh, but now he looked at the back of this trusted general, and there was a smile at the corner of his eyes. This group of people had successfully saved the person in the execution ground. Not far away, they had already prepared their horses, and they galloped away from the chaotic provincial city at top speed. The soldiers actually did not dare to go out of the city to pursue them. When everyone turned over and dismounted, they were high-spirited, and walked into their own shops amidst loud laughter. However, they found that the familiar couple was no longer in the shop, and there was only a white-clothed youth. On the table in front of him, there was a long sword. The sword chi was dense. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Chen Pinggan left the shop. In the shop behind him, there were people who died, and there were people who lived. They were all heroes in the eyes of the world, and indeed, almost all of them died without hesitation. Even when death was imminent, they were still heroic. On the contrary, the group of people who survived were mostly silent from the beginning to the end, or took the initiative to stop when they were slightly injured. They did not speak arrogantly, and there was not much intention to take revenge in their eyes. Instead, there was a kind of blankness, as if saying that life had already come to this, and this was the only way. Chen Pinggan did not care about this. After leaving the shop, he found that there was a group of horses by the side of the road. After thinking for a while, Chen Pinggan led a large horse from the side of the road, and flipped over and mounted it. It was actually very natural, and he was very skilled. 302. On the way back, Chen Pinggan's emotions had returned to normal. Flesh and blood were slowly growing on his bare arm, and the meridians were slowly spreading like grass vines. It was very mysterious. Chen Pinggan looked at it carefully. It was like a teacher studying, but it disgusted Lu Tai. He thought that the Lu family also had some secret martial arts grandmasters, but when they were at the 4th or 5th realm, they definitely did not have Chen Pinggan's willpower. Chen Pinggan looked as he walked. He endured the pain and enjoyed it. As he witnessed the growth of the meridians with his own eyes, it was greatly beneficial for him to circulate his qi. Some of the crux of the problem that he did not understand before suddenly became clear. As they approached the Eagle Fortress, Chen Pinggan had to retract his arm to avoid being mistaken by the people of the Eagle Fortress as a demonic cultivator. With the golden wine robe, he could hide this miserable scene in his sleeves, and it would not affect the process of growing flesh and blood on Chen Pinggan's arm. Flying Sword Mai Mang had already brought back the 5 Mountains crown. Lu Tai weighed it and said that it was an ancient magic weapon of high quality. The drawing of the true shape of the 5 mountains on it, regardless of the technique or the shape, showed that the 5 Mountains crown came from the central divine continent. It was very likely that it had fallen into the Tongye continent in the later generations and was a pearl covered in dust. Perhaps it was the natal item of a famous mountain god in the central divine continent. Chen Pinggan was quite interested in this, so he took it as an opportunity to enrich his knowledge. As for whether Lu Tai would take the 5 Mountains crown for himself, or whether he would deliberately belittle its value, Chen Pinggan did not even think about it, because he felt that Lu Tai was not that kind of person. The world was complicated and people's hearts were hard to fathom, so he could have it, but he could not pass it. The two of them did not directly go to the main building of the Eagle Castle. They first quietly returned to the training field and put away the magic sword infatuation that Do Ziji had bought at a high price from the Fuyao sect. After absorbing the heart blood and spiritual qi of a peak dragon gate cultivator, the blade of the sword became even more clear and bright like snow. The veins flowed faintly like autumn water, becoming even more lively and brilliant. Even the arrogant Lu Tai could not help but take the sword and size it up again. He clicked his tongue in wonder. He said that the old devil's words were mixed with truth and lies, but the matter of his realm should be true. Before his realm fell, he was most likely at the threshold of the nascent soul realm. A golden core cultivator at this level could be considered not bad in the central divine continent, as they could climb mountains with their backs straight. As a result, this magic sword that was more accurate to call infatuation or heart-eating could be considered a great opportunity. As a result, Lu Tai advised Chen Pinggan not to sell infatuation. In the future, if he encountered an evil cultivator or a demon or otherworldly item, he could very well stab the sword through the heart. Not only could he accumulate good karma for himself, he could also improve the quality of the sword. It was the best of both worlds, so why not? Seeing Chen Pinggan hesitate, Lu Tai reprimanded Chen Pinggan for the first time, saying, "Cultivators can choose not to talk about good and evil. That's just bullshit and nonsense. However, there are artifacts and treasures in the world, so how can there be a distinction between good and evil? What's wrong with using evil artifacts to do proper things? The more Lu Tai spoke, the angrier he became. He wanted nothing more than to extend a finger and point it at Chen Ping'an's nose, cursing, "You can even open your eyes wide to see your own flesh and bones grow back, so why can't you get over this? Chen Ping'an, if you still have such a stubborn character, it's fine if you don't cultivate the longevity bridge. I advise you to concentrate on being a pure martial artist. Don't dream of being a great sword immortal. With your character, even if you have the longevity bridge in the future and become a chi cultivator, your inner demon before breaking through the bottleneck of the upper 5 states may be even greater than the sky. Do you know that every chi cultivator in the nascent soul realm in the world has the ambition to fight against the heavens and earth? Their magic skills, perseverance, and tenacity are already very impressive. However, why is the upper 5 states so difficult? The key lies in this barrier. The danger lies not in the misconception of the heavens' tribulation. Those are just on the surface. The real enemy is your own heart. The higher your Taoist heart is, the stronger your temperament is, the higher your heart Dharma form can be, as high as 1,000 feet and as indestructible as the golden body of the ancient gods. How can you break through it? Chen Ping'an did not refute anything. He just pointed at Lu Tai's nose and whispered, "Here we go again." Lu Tai stopped talking and fiercely wiped the blood from his nose. It had nothing to do with the general trend of the world. It only involved Chen Ping'an's personal Taoism. As a disciple of the Yin-Yang school of Lu Tai suffered much less than the previous time. Chen Ping'an suddenly said, "Someone is coming from outside." Lu Tai glanced at Chen Ping'an. With such a keen divine sense, he was probably not inferior to a 6th state martial artist. Was he really just a 4th state martial artist? He became more curious about the person who taught Chen Ping'an the fist art. A group of 4 people carefully entered the martial arts field. They were the old Taoist, his disciple Huang Shong, and the siblings Huan Chang and Huan Shu. The reason why they did not go to the main building was the idea of the slovenly old man. In the northern mountain forest, he accidentally saw Chen Ping'an and Lu Tai returning to the Eagle Fortress. The old man decided to meet here and ask about the devil's whereabouts first. It was obviously safer for the 2 groups to go to the main building together. The old man made a Taoist bow and introduced himself. "I am Ma Feifu, cultivating at the Yuanyang Mountain. I am honored to meet Immortal Master Lu and Immortal Master Chen." When Chen Ping'an and Lu Tai entered the Eagle Fortress as guests, they only introduced themselves. Lu Tai casually stretched out his hand and a bamboo fan appeared out of thin air. He gently waved it. "I am from the Central Divine Continent." Chen Ping'an thought for a while. "I am from the Dali family of the Aquarius continent." The old Taoist asked carefully, "Do the 2 immortal masters know the whereabouts of the devil?" Lu Tai closed the bamboo fan and pointed it at the old Taoist. Just when everyone was confused, a 5 mountains crown appeared on the top of the folding fan. Lu Tai's wrist shook slightly and the 5 mountains crown undulated. He smiled. "He is already dead. We have a small harvest." When the old man Laurel descended from the sea of clouds on the futon, he moved the 5 mountains crown to suppress the martial arts field. The old Taoist had a glimpse of it and was frightened. The 5 mountains crown left a deep impression on the old Taoist. Now that he saw the ancient laurel on the top of the bamboo fan, his heart was in turmoil. He could not believe that the 2 young people could successfully kill an earth immortal who was most likely in the Golden Core realm. However, he also hoped that the handsome young man's words were true. Ma Feifu, the Taoist living in the Yuanyang Mountain, was an experienced Jianghu cultivator after all. Even though he was skeptical, his face was still filled with gratitude and reverence. He bowed solemnly again and said, "Immortal Masters, you were just passing by this place when you encountered a devil who was committing a crime, but you were still willing to lend a helping hand and save hundreds of lives in the Eagle Fortress. Your contributions are immeasurable. On behalf of the Eagle Fortress, I thank you for your great kindness." The 2 siblings, Huan Chang and Huan Shu, had tears in their eyes. They quickly cupped their fists and bowed heavily. They said to the 2 young masters, "I can't thank you enough. If the 2 immortal masters don't mind my dullness," Huan Chang is willing to do anything for the two immortal masters. I won't hesitate to go through fire and water. Huan Shu thanks Mr. Lu and Immortal Master Chen. I really don't know how to express the gratitude in my heart. The young Taoist, Huang Shong, stood at the back with a complicated expression. A thought flashed through his mind. If he became their disciple, would his cultivation journey be smoother? He wouldn't be as useless as he was now. He would encounter demons and otherworldly beings and be in danger everywhere. Huang Shong looked at his master's back. The young Taoist who had been through a rough cultivation journey lowered his head silently. He felt a little guilty and felt that he was even worse than those demons and otherworldly beings. However, the thought in his mind had already taken root and couldn't be removed. Instead, it became more and more intense like a raging fire. It burned his heart and made his eyes red. The doubt and relief of the Taoist in the mountain abode, and the fatigue after the battle. After the disaster, Huan Chang tried to change his path. He wanted to work hard and change from martial arts to cultivation. Huan Shu's two forms of address were different. And the young Taoist's thoughts. The corner of Lu Tai's mouth curled up. He had already seen everything. The disciples of the school of yin-yang were the best at reading people's minds. Chen Pinggan didn't feel much about it. He only remembered the subtle expressions and eyes. He didn't understand the meaning behind it. The bits and pieces of life weren't words in a book after all. The group rushed to the main building of the Eagle Fortress. Although Lu Tai said that the dust had settled and there were no casualties, Huan Chang and Huan Shu were still trembling in fear. They were afraid that the moment they opened the door, they would see a bloody scene. When they arrived at the main building, they found that the door was closed. Huan Chang knocked on the door with all his might. After waiting for a long time, an old man from the Huan family opened the door. When he saw that the siblings were safe and sound, he burst into tears. Huan Chang was shocked. He thought that his parents were killed by the man with the horsetail whisk. After some explanation, he found out that Immortal Master Lu had already killed the impersonator. For a moment, all the survivors in the hall felt as if a lifetime had passed. Huan Chang and Huan Shu didn't realize that their parents weren't in the hall. When they asked about this matter, everyone's eyes were a little uncertain. Lu Tai was too lazy to care about these trivial matters. He just took Chen Pinggan to the balcony on the top floor. The lord of the castle, Huan Yang, was no longer on this strangely named upper balcony. Lu Tai sat on the railing. Chen Pinggan imitated him. After taking off the blade-strengthening gourd, he drank the strong wine. He raised his head and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with the smell of alcohol. Lu Tai swayed his legs and slowly fanned himself. His hair flew in the air. He started to divide the spoils. He was familiar with the process. After the battle with Ma Wanfa and Do Ziji, plus today's battle, we're really lucky. We've earned a lot. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have had such a harvest. You know, I have the title of treasure hunting immortal in my family. Chen Pinggan smiled. He couldn't help but think of the female Taoist priest of the Shengyaro sect, who was known as the most fortunate person in a continent. Do Ziji's spiritual sword, infatuation, is yours. The 5 Mountains crown is mine. You can't say it's mine, but I bought it from you. Other than the demon binding rope that I'll help you refine and repair, the damaged armor pill you mentioned earlier is the one you bought from the Lingji shop on the inverted mountain. Didn't you always complain about the armor taking up a lot of space? I can repair it for you free of charge and turn it into a military armor pill. Don't worry about how I did it. I have my own plans. Lu Tai smiled brightly. So you might need to stay in the Eagle Castle for a while. It won't be too long. You can recover here and then go find that Taoist temple. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He wouldn't be soft-hearted when dealing with a rich man like Lu Tai. Lu Tai slowly said, for a high-grade magic treasure, the 5 Great Mountains crown, I need to give you 20,000 snow coins. If converted to grain rain coins, it would be 20 grains. Chasing after Ma Wanfa and the cultivator with the horsetail whisk in the main building, I actually had some gains. I roughly calculated that I should need to pay you another 20,000 snow coins, still 20 grain rain coins. The long handle of the horsetail whisk engraved with the word worryless is not bad. You can take it and treat it as a little bonus. Chen Pinggan was shocked. So much rain coins? Lu Tai kept looking into the distance and smiled. I still have some immortal coins on the mountain. Ordinary nascent soul earth immortals of the central divine continent wouldn't dare compare their wealth with mine. Chen Pinggan was so angry that he slapped him. Then why did you complain about being poor at the inverted mountain? Lu Tai, you're quite good at acting, aren't you? Lu Tai was a little guilty and said angrily, I was afraid that you wouldn't be tempted by my beauty, but by my wealth. By your grandpa's wealth and beauty. Chen Pinggan slapped him again and Lu Tai flew into a rage out of humiliation. Chen Pinggan, be careful or I'll fall out with you. Chen Pinggan laughed and slapped him again. Lu Tai's eyes flashed and he was about to use his trump card when Chen Pinggan gestured for Lu Tai to stop. He took a sip of wine and said, continue. Lu Tai flipped his palm and an exquisitely embroidered bag appeared. He passed it to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan frowned. What? Lu Tai laughed and said, it's just a little toy, a gift for you. Open it and take a look. You'll definitely like it. This is a bag of money seeds with a special origin. When you return to your hometown, you can plant it on a mountain with good feng shui. It must be sunny. In 3 to 5 years, there might be an unexpected surprise. Although Chen Pinggan took the bag of money, he still said, let's make things clear first, or I'll return it to you. Lu Tai gave a rough explanation. Chen Pinggan was grinning from ear to ear. He quickly put it away and pretended that he didn't say anything about not returning it. It turned out that this bag of money was very magical and was to Chen Pinggan's liking. They were precious seeds from an ancient immortal elm tree in the Central Plains. They got their name because they were round and thin like coins. It was a homonym for surplus money. Thus, there was a saying among the people that one could have surplus money after eating elm money. Most people thought it was a rumor. Actually, there was no other way. One only needed to find the golden spirit hidden in the elm money and soak it in a jar of wine. After getting drunk, one could take it out and eat it. Every year, one could increase one's income. Wealthy families would hold an elm money banquet at the beginning of spring in order to get some good luck. They hoped to make a lot of money in the new year. Chen Pinggan liked this kind of long-term income. In Chen Pinggan's heart, he always believed that a sudden wealth came and went quickly. It either required a lot of perseverance and hard work to hold on to it. However, benefits and income like elm money that weren't particularly eye-catching made Chen Pinggan feel at ease. Chen Pinggan only started to show off after receiving benefits. He smiled and said, isn't it a little too precious? Lu Tai used his thumb and forefinger to open and close the bamboo fan. He sighed and said, Chen Pinggan, when I went to the balcony, I was seeking the Tao. Do you know how important the word Tao is? I don't even know how to convert it into money. However, since we're friends, why don't we let it go? Otherwise, no matter how rich I am, I won't be able to afford it even if I go bankrupt. How about it? Chen Pinggan handed him the blade-strengthening gourd and nodded with a smile. How else can it be? That's it. Lu Tai took the wine pot and raised it high. He tilted his head back and drank the wine. The blade-strengthening gourd was a few inches away from his face. He drank the wine boldly. He wiped his mouth and returned the ginger pot to Chen Pinggan. It's time to refill the wine. I'll ask the Eagle Castle to fill it up for you. Chen Pinggan certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Lu Tai suddenly said helplessly, why do you all like to drink? What's so good about wine? Chen Pinggan smiled and didn't say anything. He just drank. After drinking, he dared to think about things that he didn't dare to think about. He dared to say things that he didn't dare to say. He dared to do things that he didn't dare to do. 10 years later, Chen Pinggan still lived in that small house. However, there were no otherworldly items or ghosts to disturb him. Occasionally, Chen Pinggan would sit on the steps in front of the courtyard and look at the wall at the end of the alley. He thought about the pitiful ghost children and their last smiles in this life. Lu Tai lived in the main building. Occasionally, He would come to the courtyard and sit for a while. However, he didn't stay for long and went back to work. After 10 days, Lu Tai brought back a repaired military armor pill. Chen Pinggan loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. His arm had recovered, but he still couldn't use much strength. In addition to the armor pill from Lingji Zhai on the inverted mountain, Lu Tai also brought a narrow saber with a snow-white sheath to Chen Pinggan. He said that it was a reward from the Huan family of the Eagle Castle. The Huan family would feel uneasy if he didn't accept it. This time, Lu Tai didn't leave in a hurry. He made himself a pot of tea in the courtyard and told Chen Pinggan about the origin of the narrow saber. In order to suppress the gloomy feng shui here, the Yuanying Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping gave a saber to the forefather woodcutter of the Eagle Castle. The saber was called Stopping Snow. None of the descendants of the Eagle Castle had the aptitude for cultivation. It was passed down from generation to generation and could only be used as a decoration. Chen Pinggan knew how precious the narrow saber was. It was most likely the favorite item of the Earth Immortal of Mount Taiping. Lu Tai thought about it and didn't want to be the child of wealth. He converted the narrow saber into 20 pieces of grain rain money and threw a bag of grain rain money to Chen Pinggan. There were exactly 20 pieces of grain rain money left. In the following 10 days, Chen Pinggan's daily routine was to practice his stance, practice his sword, and sleep. He didn't look at the wall anymore. After all, meeting and parting were short. Even if it was a matter of life and death, he would slowly let it go. It was like a cup of wine in a wine shop. No matter how good it tasted, could it make one drunk for days? In this 10 days, Lu Tai only came once. He said that he had taken in 3 disciples. Dao Xieyang, a young man called Huan Yin, and a young Daoist who had changed his sect, Huang Shong. As for the reason, Lu Tai didn't want to say much. He only said, if you don't approach evil, you won't know good. It was an old story that Lu Tai had mentioned in the treasure-swallowing whale. Before Lu Tai left, he said that he might have to stay here for a long time and wouldn't return to the central divine continent in a short time. When Lu Tai brought the demon binding rope for the last time, Chen Pinggan had almost recovered. Parting was imminent. There was no sadness. One had a dream, the other was the beginning of the great Tao. There was no reason to be too sad. So they parted just like that. One stayed in the Eagle Fortress in a foreign land, the other carried his sword and headed north. Lu Tai didn't even send them off. He just stood on the balcony and watched the white-robed Chen Pinggan slowly leave. Previously, he had urged Chen Pinggan to hang up the longsword infatuation and narrow saber ceasing snow. He was sure that he would look like a pugilist. It was a pity that Chen Pinggan didn't fall for it. Lu Tai felt a little regretful. If Chen Pinggan really did it, Lu Tai could openly laugh at him for being a fool. Walking out of the door and on the main road, Chen Pinggan couldn't help but look back at the Eagle Fortress. But he wasn't looking at Lu Tai. Instead, he thought of something and found it strange. In the end, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. On the way out of the Eagle Fortress, he passed by a middle-aged man on the street. He couldn't remember seeing him before, but he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. That simple and honest man also noticed Chen Pinggan's gaze. He grinned and blushed a little. He was just like a common man. After Chen Pinggan left the Eagle Fortress, the simple man who was wandering around lightly stomped his foot. There were no longer any forbidden spells in the 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Otherwise, with the huge commotion caused by the Cloud Sea battle, the Fuho sect wouldn't have been indifferent. Lu Tai leaned on the railing and smiled as he watched the chi of the mountains and rivers turn upside down. He was indeed worthy of being his teacher. Compared to his other teacher, he was much stronger. On a mountain peak 100 miles away, Chen Pinggan was walking. For some reason, he missed the taste of Tang Hulu for the first time. This made Chen Pinggan feel a little funny. Now that he had a big family and business, when he went to the next town, he would find a stall selling Tang Hulu and buy 2 sticks. One in his left hand and one in his right hand. 303. According to the records of the Immortals, Tongya continent had many mountain deities, demons, and spirits. Even if Chen Pinggan had already intentionally avoided beautiful places that were filled with spirit energy most of the time, or filthy and dangerous places that were filled with dread, there were times when he would still fall into a trap. For example, Chen Pinggan once saw a small town that was brightly lit up in the middle of the night. Chen Pinggan didn't have a map in his hand, so he thought that he needed to replenish his food, so he followed the lights all along the way. Because geomancy maps had always been a restricted item of the dynasties, and they were even more strictly controlled than weapons. That small town did not have a night ban, but there were soldiers at the gate checking the documents. When Chen Pinggan successfully entered the town, he found an inn that was not closed yet. However, the innkeeper shook his head and waved his hand, saying that the money Chen Pinggan gave was wrong and that they did not accept it. Every country had their own standard copper coins, which was normal. However, not accepting real gold and silver was a bit strange. Fortunately, the innkeeper pointed the way and said that there was a place where one could exchange gold and silver for their money. After the exchange, they could just stay at the inn. Thus, Chen Pinggan found a shop. The counter was extremely tall, almost half the height of a person. When in Rome, Chen Pinggan did as the Romans did. He stepped on a small stool and said that he was exchanging money. He gave a few silver ingots in exchange for a pile of copper coins and a stack of paper money. The copper coins were heavy and of good quality. On the paper money, Chen Pinggan saw the official seal of the imperial court and the bank. He did not think much about it and returned to the inn, paid the money, and showed the innkeeper the documents. The innkeeper meticulously recorded everything for the local officials to check. The next day, when Chen Pinggan prepared to go out, the innkeeper was still calculating. He smiled and reminded Chen Pinggan that there was a local custom here. When chatting with people, one could not use the word paper. For example, one could not use the word paper. Otherwise, one could not blame the innkeeper for not reminding him if he was kicked out of the city. Chen Pinggan remembered it in his heart. After thanking him, he went to buy firewood, rice, oil, salt, and 2 sets of clothes. When he returned to the inn to eat, he only felt that the food was tasteless. After he left the town and walked for dozens of miles, he could vaguely see the outline of the city. Encountering a sudden heavy rain, Chen Pinggan stood in a dilapidated pavilion on a mountain to take shelter from the rain. He had nothing to do, so he slowly walked and practiced his martial arts. In the end, he saw a shocking scene. The city at the foot of the mountain, like a puddle of mud, melted in the rain. Chen Pinggan hurriedly took out the things he had bought in the small town, as well as the copper coins and paper money. They were all cut out of white paper, as if the living in the world of the living burned paper for the dead in the underworld. Someone seemed to be amused by Chen Pinggan's embarrassment. Inside the pavilion, someone sneered. The voice passed through the wall and echoed in the pavilion. Chen Pinggan was just amazed at the unimaginable situation of the small town. He was not really afraid of these gods and monsters. Therefore, when the person in the pavilion pretended to be a ghost, Chen Pinggan quickly recovered. He just sat on a long bench made of old wood deep in the mountains and looked at the pale white wall opposite him, drinking silently. Unless he was extremely unlucky and met a big mountain demon or a big devil who was good at disguising himself, otherwise, it was most likely a person with shallow cultivation. It was not difficult for that thing to scare ordinary people. It was also not difficult for Chen Pinggan to slap it to death. The person still did not know that he had run into an iron plate. He pretended to be mysterious and said in a gloomy voice, "Are you not afraid of me?" Chen Pinggan fastened the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist. He stood up and walked slowly to the wall. Pa! He stuck a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman on it. Immediately, there was a crying voice begging for mercy. It sounded a little childish. Chen Pinggan did not take off the yellow talisman. He asked with a smile, "Do you think I'm not afraid of you?" The guy shouted, Yes, I'm so scared that I almost came back to life. Come out. If you keep hiding, I won't be polite to you. Tell me, what's going on with that small town?" Chen Pinggan took off the demon-suppressing pagoda and put it in his sleeve. He sat back in his original position. A young boy with lingering fear walked out from the wall. There was an official patch embroidered on the front and back of his body. However, It was not colorful like the ones in the secular imperial court. It was only black and white. He stood at the foot of the wall timidly and looked at the immortal sitting opposite him. Not only did he bow, but he also made a strange sound to announce his identity. It turned out that he was a lord of the land who was appointed by the previous dynasty. After the change of the emperor and the surname of the country, he was automatically classified as an old official. Without his official position, his cultivation became even lower. When he was alive, he was the beloved youngest son of a feudal official. Not even 7 days after his death, a wandering immortal passed by and entered the mourning hall. He helped his father with some operations and became a mediocre lord of the land. There were many incense sticks, all in order for him to protect the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Later on, the mountains and rivers changed, and everything became a passing cloud. Looking back, it was not a big deal. On the contrary, it was rather interesting. Chen Pinggan asked the lord of the land who had lost his official position in the imperial court about the origins of the small town of paper dolls. As it turned out, more than 10,000 residents of the small town had died in a huge disaster overnight. To prevent the people from panicking, the imperial court ordered the surrounding provinces to seal off the news. They even invited a Buddhist monk to perform a ritual, which prevented the town from becoming a dangerous land of evil. Chen Pinggan asked what would happen to the small town after the storm. The boy smiled and said that it was fine. As long as the weather was fine for a few days, the town would return to its original state. Chen Pinggan squatted on the ground and faced the small town. He burned the paper money and paper clothes in the pavilion. The boy squatted at the side and sighed, "I didn't expect this immortal to be such a kind person." Chen Pinggan dismissed it with a smile. He also asked the boy about the landscape within 1,000 miles and whether there were any immortal houses or ferries. The boy answered one by one without hiding anything. He said that about 800 miles to the north, there were indeed demons causing trouble and occupying the mountains. They did not often kidnap the woodcutters and villagers. The mountains and the foot of the mountain were still considered peaceful. There were few rumors of the common people suffering. When they were at their peak, many chi cultivators on the mountain had to take a detour. However, after an accident, they quieted down. It was said that there were only a few kittens and puppies, which were not a big deal anymore. It was hard to say what the truth was. There were all kinds of rumors outside. Some said that the immortal masters of the Fushang sect felt that it was an eyesore. Some said that a Buddhist monk had settled down there and a demon was blind. It angered a Buddhist expert, Vajra, and that was why there was such a calamity. Chen Pinggan was slightly surprised. Back when he was in Dali, Chen Pinggan still could not let go of the wedding dress ghost's appearance on the mountain path. There were some withered branches in the pavilion. With the boy's help, they gathered them together and lit the fire. A man and a monster squatted by the bonfire. Although the boy looked young, he had lived for 500 years. He explained the reason to Chen Pinggan. The reason why the demons on the mountain do not eat the grass near their burrows is because the king of demons is also a tyrant. Other than that mountain king who is relatively mild-tempered, there are also many ruthless people under his command. Of course, they don't have the heart of a bodhisattva. However, they are afraid of having a bad reputation and causing people's expressions to change. What if they provoke immortal disciples who have nothing better to do and covet the secular reputation of slaying demons and devils? What should we do? Chen Pinggan nodded. The boy put his palms close to the bonfire and chuckled, "To kill or not to kill? If you kill the small one, the big one will come. If you kill the big one, the old one will come. If you have the ability to kill 2 or 3 of them, kill them all. If you kill them all and make a big deal out of it, the local authorities will report it to the imperial court. The emperor will feel embarrassed and will plead for the immortal masters to come out of the mountain." The boy said helplessly, "That's the most annoying." Chen Pinggan smiled. "If not for that, it would have been a mess. How can the people at the foot of the mountain live? Let's just talk about that small town. More than 10,000 people died. What will their relatives and friends in other places think? Everyone is gone in one night. Those who are still alive will also be afraid." The boy was stunned, as if he had never thought of this question. Behind him, the boy told him some interesting stories. Most of them were from hearsay. After all, he had hundreds of years to live. He had to find some entertainment to pass the time. After the rain stopped, Chen Pinggan said goodbye to the little local official and continued on his way. Only the boy was left standing outside the pavilion, muttering to himself. During this time, Chen Pinggan also passed by a deserted tomb. There was a group of poor scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They stood in front of a large tomb, showing a look of shame and amazement. Then, 2 snow-white foxes jumped out from between the tombs and bowed like the people. There were also a few young foxes lying on top of the tombs and laughing. Their eyes were full of spirit, full of longing and shyness. They did not look like ferocious demons at all. Instead, they looked like gluttonous children. Those scholars returned the greeting. Chen Pinggan found it funny. He knew that it must be the fox demons who were bewitching people. However, Chen Pinggan was not too worried. The fox demons in the world, no matter which continent they were from, usually did not do cruel things. They were naturally close to the human race since ancient times. More often than not, they wanted to break through the barrier of love and improve their realm and cultivation. Therefore, Chen Pinggan did not expose them on the spot. He wanted those scholars to realize that the so-called luxurious house in front of them was actually just a tomb. Chen Pinggan just quietly waited beside the tomb. Sure enough, the next day, those scholars left the rich mansion safely. Everyone was overjoyed. They only felt that it was a good encounter and that their lives were not in vain. Chen Pinggan left with a smile. 300 miles later, Chen Pinggan arrived at a small country called Northern Jin. When he passed by a city, he happened to come across a market. Chen Pinggan really bought 2 sticks of candied haws. Previously, he heard that the Rutsu temple in Northern Jin was very famous. There was a huge rock that was said to be one of the places where a bodhisattva comprehended the Tao. It was called the Stone Lotus Platform. The huge rock was 50 feet wide and could accommodate hundreds of people. However, no one could explain how a single person could make it shake. After the emperor of Northern Jin went on a tour to the west and tried it himself, he was very happy and made the Rutsu temple famous. However, when Chen Pinggan asked a few people, they all said that they did not know what the Rutsu temple was. Only then did Chen Pinggan remember that the boy mentioned this matter. It should have happened 200 years ago. 200 years in the human world was enough to change many customs. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, but still persevered. He only stopped when he asked about the ruins of the Rutsu temple. He went there and found that it was overgrown with weeds. There was neither human nor demonic aura. It was gloomy. In the sunset, Chen Pinggan found a huge rock. He could not see anything strange about it. Chen Pinggan finished the last stick of candied haws, threw the bamboo stick, and turned to leave. After Chen Pinggan walked out of the dilapidated gate of the Rutsu temple, a small figure popped out from the top of the huge rock. It sat on the rock silently. It turned out that the reason why the lotus platform shook was because it gave birth to a little lotus figure of earth and stone spirit. It liked to hide and giggle. Every time someone tried to shake the huge rock, it would immediately become excited. It would shake left and right, and the huge rock would shake with it. Therefore, people misunderstood it. However, one day, it felt a little bored. The stone lotus platform began to shake sometimes and sometimes not. In the end, it completely stopped moving like a mountain. It turned out that it left the stone lotus platform and wanted to go far away to find its companions. It felt lonely after being alone for years. In the end, it found 2 companions in succession. One was a snake spirit, the other was a deer spirit. The little lotus figure with a pure heart was tricked by them. It had a small arm made of cloud root and earth spirit and a yellow lotus leaf. However, it still insisted on looking for companions. In the end, it finally found a flower spirit who didn't ask for anything from it. It brought her back to the stone lotus platform to play together and tease the tourists together. However, when it woke up one day, it found that the spiritual energy of the stone lotus platform was gone. There was nothing left. The flower spirit was also gone. The stone lotus platform that had lost its spirituality was no longer cared about. In the end, it was completely forgotten. Only a one-armed little spirit was left. It often sat on the edge of the stone platform, humming a folk song and gently shaking its feet. Occasionally, it would feel sad because it didn't know if its 3 companions were doing well. If they weren't doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would comfort them. If they were doing well, why didn't they come to see it? It would be happy for them. It didn't understand. The little fellow suddenly turned its head and found that the foreigner in a snow-white robe was sitting on the other side of the stone, drinking wine while facing the setting sun. After noticing its gaze, he smiled at it. The little fellow was so scared that it quickly got up and jumped directly into the huge rock. Chen Pingan laughed and jumped down from the stone. He really left this Rushu temple and stopped teasing the little spirit. The little fellow hid in the stone for a long time before it dared to sneak out. It looked around and after confirming that the person was gone, it came to the place where the person was sitting. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and found a coin with spiritual energy lingering around it. Most spirits in the world liked the immortal coins on the mountain and ate them. Chen Pingan just casually put down a piece of snow to spend money. However, when Chen Pingan left the city and walked out of the official road, just as he entered the mountain, he found a little thing with tears in its eyes standing in front of the path. It was holding the piece of snow with both its hands and looking at Chen Pingan. The little thing seemed to be nervous and happy at the same time. Chen Pingan slowly walked over. The little fellow was naturally timid and disappeared on the road in an instant. After repeating this several times, the little fellow followed Chen Pingan for nearly 100 miles on the mountain road. Chen Pingan didn't take the initiative to approach it and let it follow him at a distance. An adult and a child walked together like this. When they arrived at the deep mountain forest that the child mentioned, the mountain was really steep. When Chen Pingan was about to walk out of the mountain boundary, he met a little spirit that seemed to have gone crazy. Its clothes were ragged and it was staggering. It was muttering a sad sentence repeatedly. With such a heart, how can you become a Buddha? How can you become a Buddha? The little fellow was so scared that it didn't care about anything else. It ran all the way and hid at Chen Pingan's feet. After that, the little fellow completely let down its guard. It was either jumping around Chen Pingan or squatting on Chen Pingan's shoulder. Later, Chen Pingan brought this new companion who couldn't speak and passed by a country that was constantly at war. The people were in a terrible situation and a group of heroes were forced to become bandits. They occupied a mountain and set up a big flag. Along the way, Chen Pingan heard about the heroic deeds of these 36 heroes. How heroic they were, how superb their martial arts were, and how powerful they were. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't believe all of it. However, he also thought that if there was a chance, he would go to the mountain to take a look and see the heroes. Even if they might not be willing to drink with him at the same table, it would be good to get some chivalrous spirit from afar. In the end, Chen Pingan went there because of the reputation and encountered a black shop that sold human meat buns. When Chen Pingan saw that several traveling merchants had fainted, he also pretended to be unconscious. He tied them up behind the shop and threw them on a large pork chopping board. Then, a shop assistant came to them with a boning knife and yawned. In a nearby provincial city, an executioner was just about to execute a great bandit. Unexpectedly, there were dozens of people trying to rob the execution ground. In particular, there was a burly man who held a pair of axes in his hands. He was so excited that he laughed heartily. Regardless of whether it was the commoners who came to watch the show or the soldiers, they were all cleaved in half by his axes. A short, dark-skinned man taught him a lesson. Only then did he give up resentfully. His eyebrows drooped in shame and his killing intent was gone. The dark-skinned man glanced at the burly man and waved his hand for him to leave. The man looked around. His face was full of exhaustion, but more than that, he felt gratified and happy. When he reprimanded the burly man with the pair of axes, he spoke harshly and sternly. However, when he looked at the back of his trusted general, there was a smile in the corners of his eyes. This group of people successfully saved the bandit at the execution ground. They had already prepared horses not far away and galloped away, leaving the chaotic city at top speed. The soldiers didn't dare to leave the city to pursue them. When everyone dismounted from their horses and walked into their shops in high spirits and laughter, they found that the familiar couple was no longer in the shop. There was only a young man in white, and there was a long sword on the table in front of him. The sword chi was dense. In less than half an hour, Chen Pinggan left the shop. In the shop behind him, there were people who died and people who survived. They were all heroes in the eyes of the world. Indeed, almost everyone died without hesitation. Even at death's door, they were still full of heroic spirit. However, the group of people who survived were mostly silent from the beginning to the end. Some of them took the initiative to stop after suffering a little injury. They didn't speak arrogantly, and there wasn't much desire for revenge in their eyes. Instead, there was a kind of blankness. It was as if they were saying that since life was already like this, it could only be like this. Chen Pinggan didn't care about this. After leaving the shop, he found a group of handsome horses by the roadside. After thinking for a while, Chen Pinggan led a tall horse from the roadside and mounted it. It was a natural process and he was very familiar with it. First, it was swaying. Then, it was galloping. 304. Chen Pinggan did not expect that this trip to Jianghu would take half a year. It was not because the path to the Taoist temple was too far, but because Chen Pinggan followed the instructions of the Long Qi behind him. He walked in circles in a majestic city and spent a full 3 months, but he still could not find the so-called Taoist temple. In the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, Chen Pinggan asked all the peddlers, Jianghu warriors, leaders of the escort agency, officials of the yamen, and so on, but he did not hear of any Taoist temple. Chen Pinggan flipped through various historical records, county records, and personal writings, but still could not find any clues. The only gain was that Chen Pinggan could speak the official language of the Nanyuan kingdom fluently. In this way, from the late autumn to the heavy snow, to the pitter-patter of the spring rain, until the arrival of summer, Chen Pinggan could be sure that the entrance of the Taoist temple was in the capital, but he still could not find the door. Even if Chen Pinggan had a strong will, he began to waver and become irritable. During this period, Chen Pinggan had seen many strange things. He saw a floating green dress at night. It was like a beautiful woman dancing, and its sleeves were like flowing water. He inadvertently saw through a camouflage. He saw a section of the inner city wall supported by bones, and every green brick was engraved with Buddhist scriptures. He also met monks that were not easy to see in the Aquarius continent. Buddhism was popular in the Nanyuan kingdom, and there were temples everywhere. Chen Pinggan learned about the many kasayas of the monks, and the differences between chanting monks, preaching monks, teaching monks, and guarding monks. Once when he left the capital for a breath of fresh air, he followed a group of monks with secret orders from the imperial court to a tragic battlefield. Chen Pinggan saw more than 100 chanting monks sitting on lotus praying mats. Several chanting monks took off their boots and walked barefoot. They lowered their heads and put their palms together. When they walked and when their lips opened, snow-white lotus flowers bloomed. The monks had a string of prayer beads wrapped around their palms. If there were malicious spirits, they would be repelled by the golden luster of the prayer beads. The prayer beads shone with golden light, the monks looked solemn, and lotus flowers bloomed with every step. They led the tens of thousands of resentful souls to follow them into the gates of hell that bordered the yin and yang. In the end, Chen Pinggan sat in the distance, put his palms together like the monks, and bowed his head in silence. After returning to the capital, Chen Pinggan still could not find a Taoist temple. Chen Pinggan gritted his teeth and prepared to secretly go to the palace. On this day, the sun was high in the sky. Chen Pinggan came to a well and looked down. It was bottomless and dark. Chen Pinggan looked at it for a while. But he could not see the door, so he retracted his gaze and continued to wander. He looked back at the well. When he stood there just now, it seemed to be cool. Since the battle with Cai Jingshan, the consecrator of the Great Sui Kingdom, Kui Dongshan had won the title of the ancestor of the Cai family. He was very popular in the Cliff Academy. Plus, Kui Dongshan's current appearance, the red mole between his eyebrows, and his handsome appearance was very likable. Kui Dongshan could walk freely in the academy, and he was always accompanied by a personal maidservant named Xie. Today, the two of them went to listen to Master Ji's lesson. Kui Dongshan, who was lying on the windowsill outside, fell asleep halfway through the lesson. Xie stood aside, not daring to disturb her master's dream. All the students in the room had to hold back their laughter, which was very difficult. Master Ji wanted to beat Kui Dongshan with a ruler, but when he thought of Cai Jingshan, who had moved out of the capital with his family, he held back his anger. He must go back and talk to the deputy headmaster, Maro Xiaodong, and forbid Kui Dongshan to come near his class in the future. Kui Dongshan shuddered as if he had a nightmare. After opening his eyes, it took him a long time to recover. He swaggered back to his residence with his maidservant, Xie. After Xie closed the door, Kui Dongshan took off his boots and stepped over the threshold. With a wave of his sleeve, fog rose, and finally a map of the Aquarius continent appeared. Kui Dongshan crossed one hand and pinched his chin with the other. He first stood at the northernmost point of the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom. His gaze moved down south, past the Huangting Kingdom, the Great Sui Kingdom, and stopped at the central part of the Lakeview Academy, the Cai Kingdom, and the Shushui Kingdom. Finally, he suddenly lay on the ground and looked around. Xie sat on the threshold. This map of the continent almost took up the entire room. If she went in, she would definitely be scolded, or even beaten. Kui Dongshan had been lying there the whole time. He asked casually, "Do you think that in the Great Sui Kingdom, in the Jianghu, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there is no one who scolds the emperor? Is he an incapable ruler who begs for mercy without fighting?" Xie answered honestly, "I don't know about the things outside. In the academy, the teachers from the Great Sui Kingdom only frowned and sighed. I have never heard of anyone scolding." Kui Dongshan climbed up and smiled. "There is one good thing about being a scholar. You don't scold the emperor. You only scold the treacherous officials, powerful officials, fox spirits, and relatives. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are definitely people who dare to scold the emperor. But those who scold well and hit the nail on the head are very few." Xie was already used to interacting with Kui Dongshan. She said perfunctorily, "Young master is wise." She was really being perfunctory and did not bother to hide it. Not to mention the great Li state preceptor who was like an old fox spirit, even someone like Li Huai, who was not smart, could see through it at a glance. But Kui Dongshan did not mind. Kui Dongshan put his hands on his hips and opened his mouth. He suddenly inhaled and swallowed all the fog on the map. Then Kui Dongshan raised his hands and bared his fangs and claws. He opened his mouth and roared like a fierce tiger. The corner of Xie's mouth twitched. Kui Dongshan patted his sleeves and said proudly, "You are really like a tiger swallowing 10,000 miles. Amazing, amazing." The maid Xie hated that she did not dare to roll her eyes. She turned her head and looked at the high wall of the courtyard. No matter how the Great Sui Kingdom's court was surging with undercurrents, this East Mountain and the academy were peaceful again. A golden thread suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was silent and as fast as lightning. Although it was extremely thin and not even as thin as a woman's hair, when this thin golden thread appeared out of thin air, the temperature of the entire courtyard increased as the weather turned cold in late autumn. It made people feel like they were in the hot summer. Xie was stunned and had no time to react. Her mind was blank. Although the temperature in the courtyard was scorching, Xie's body was cold. She turned her head stiffly and saw that Kui Dongshan's forehead was pierced by the golden thread. He fell backward and crashed to the ground. It must be the assassination method of a land immortal. In the distance, a voice full of vicissitudes sounded, "Demons are causing chaos in the country. Death is not to be regretted." Further away, as the master of this small world, Deputy Headmaster Maro Xiaodong, shouted angrily, "How dare you commit murder in the academy?" Xie's eyes were dull. She still sat on the threshold and looked at the young man in white who fell to the ground. He died just like that. Xie was suddenly awakened by a light pat on her shoulder. Her body tensed up. She turned her head and was about to slap back. However, Xie hurriedly stopped with an expression as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It turned out that Kui Dongshan was standing in front of her and bending down to look at her. He narrowed his eyes and put one hand behind his back. He gently stretched out a finger and pointed at Xie's forehead, pushing her into the room. However, the mysterious thing was that Xie's body had fallen to the ground, but her ethereal soul was left in the same place. Kui Dongshan used a barbaric secret technique to forcefully separate her body and soul. Her soul could not withstand the destruction of the yang qi and was about to dissipate. Kui Dongshan sized up Xie's soul and finally found something strange in one of her qi palaces. He smiled and said, "Playing hide and seek with me? You're too inexperienced." Then, like a chess player, he grabbed a dark green dot of light from Xie's soul and casually crushed it between his fingers. Xie's body, which had already lost its senses, jumped up like a fish on a chopping board. Kui Dongshan slapped the face of Xie's soul and scolded with a smile, "You can't do anything right. Go back." Xie slowly woke up with a splitting headache. She struggled to sit up with one hand on the ground and the other on her forehead. She was in so much pain that her face was covered in tears. Kui Dongshan strode over the threshold and bent down to pick up an extremely high-grade substitute puppet talisman. He crushed it into ashes with his fingers and turned his head to laugh. "Maro Xiaodong, how can you tolerate this? She has already defecated and peed in your house." During the chase, Maro Xiaodong's sneering voice came from the small courtyard. "Yes, you are that pile of shit." Kui Dongshan chuckled and said, "If I walk around every day, wouldn't our Cliff Academy become a latrine?" Xie did not say a word. Kui Dongshan was too lazy to explain the dangers and mysteries to her. He sat down cross-legged and frowned. Why was Lakeview Academy so patient? Dallas Iron Cavalry's journey to the south was too smooth. This was not what he had expected. According to his original plan, he had to go through at least 4 difficult battles. One was with the secular dynasty near the central region, one was with Lakeview Academy, one was with the White Frost dynasty in the southern Aquarius continent, and one was with the mountain forces in the southern Aquarius continent. Could it be that many forces other than Dallas Mohist family had secretly entered Aquarius continent? It was a pity that he was no longer Dallas imperial tutor. He could no longer obtain much of the top-secret information. Even the identity of the chess players and the style of the chess were all at a loss. Kui Dongshan suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought of taking root in Dallas Dragon Spring?" Xie shook her head, "Never thought of it." The tall old man Maro Xiaodong strode into the courtyard. It was a nascent soul cultivator of unknown origin. He escaped. Kui Dongshan didn't care at all and smiled, "This is just a test. You should be more careful of the teachers and students of the academy. There are always some so-called good people in the world who think they are infallible. They feel that the world should operate according to their ideas. Once the Cliff Academy and the capital of the Sui dynasty become enemies, the 2 mountain alliances between the Gao family and the Song family may be nullified." Maro Xiaodong frowned. "Are we really going to seal the mountain?" As for today's assassination, it did not make much difference whether it was the intention of some mountain forces in the Great Sui Kingdom or the work of Kui Dong's enemy. Kui Dongshan was not joking when he mentioned the possibility. Kui Dongshan sneered. "Why? Do you feel embarrassed?" Maro Xiaodong made up his mind and turned to leave. Kui Dongshan laughed. "Maro Xiaodong, if you say that you are a piece of shit and something happens to you, I can help the academy." Maro Xiaodong turned his head and said expressionlessly, "I am a piece of shit." Kui Dongshan said resentfully, "If I say that I am 2 pieces of shit, can I take back what I said and watch the fire from the other side of the river comfortably?" The old man twitched the corner of his mouth, spat out the word no, and quickly left. Kui Dongshan sighed and fell backward, falling to the ground with a thud. He clasped his 2 fingers in front of his body and stood up, muttering, "Urgent as ordered by the law," and rolled around in the room. Xie gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Kui Dongshan stopped his childish behavior and lay on the floor like a corpse. He said something even more childish, "Sir, when will you come back?" "I was bullied." Xie was helpless. Kui Dongshan raised his head and asked, "Do you think your child is joking?" Xie hesitated for a moment and nodded. Kui Dongshan lay on his side and held his head with one hand. He sneered, with Chen Pinggan here, no matter how high his cultivation is, I only need to do my best. If I am right, I won't be scolded. If I am wrong, I will be scolded. Anyway, I don't need to think too much. As for you, you can take less of my beating. Yu Lu is such a heartless person, he can just watch the show. Lin Shuyi will turn more to cultivation. As for Li Huai, he is timid, so he has more reason to be timid. Anyway, Chen Pinggan will protect him. In any case, all the worries will be shouldered by this mister of mine. Languid, Kui Dongshan did not speak anymore. Xie was a little curious and missed a little girl who liked to wear red. Kui Dongshan sighed, probably only little treasure bottle will feel sorry for my child. With a cry, Kui Dongshan began to roll around on the floor again. He held his heart and shouted, when I think of this, my heart aches. After the short incident of the assassination, Cliff Academy began to seal the gate under the insistence of the deputy headmaster, Maro Xiaodong. Teachers, students, and servants were all not allowed to leave. The headmaster in name, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, disagreed with this. However, the emperor supported this and secretly sent a few more consecrators to hide near East Mountain. He also allowed Prince Jiao Xian to officially enter the academy. Today, Jiao Xian accompanied his good friend, Yu Lu, to fish by the lake. As time passed, Yu Lu finally opened up to Jiao Xian. First, because of his identity as the former crown prince of the Lu dynasty. Second, because of his martial cultivation, level 7. After Jiao Xian heard this, he only said oh and wow. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom's eyes were shining. He was proud of his choice of friends. Yu Lu did not think there was anything wrong with this. Jiao Xian also said a lot of sad things about his family. When he was with a girl, he wanted to be perfect. It did not mean that he really liked her. When he was with a guy, he did not care about his shortcomings and treated him with sincerity. It was most likely that he really treated him as a friend. The two of them were of the same age. They each held a green bamboo fishing rod and waited quietly for the fish to take the bait. Jiao Xian asked, "Didn't you say that the treasure bottle assembly would hold a martial arts circle assembly? Why haven't I seen you attend it since I entered the academy?" Yu Lu smiled and said, "The treasure bottle assembly held it 3 times. After that, they stopped gathering heroes. It's hard to say about the others, but I'm a little disappointed." Jiao Xian pointed to the path by the shore and smiled, "Li Huai is over there." Yu Lu did not turn around to look. He did not even need to look to know that Li Huai must be playing with his 2 friends. One was a cheerful and somewhat mischievous child from a humble family, and the other was a timid and introverted Gongsun. The 3 of them somehow got together and were inseparable every day. It was said that under the suggestion of the child from a humble family, the 3 of them even cut off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers. The so-called chicken's head was just a bird caught from a tree, and the yellow paper was a page secretly torn from a book. After this was exposed, the 3 of them were even beaten up by the teacher. The 3 of them used the branches in their hands as swords by the lake. They fought back and forth, whistling through the air. Li Huai naturally saw Yu Lu fishing by the shore. However, he hesitated and still did not greet Yu Lu. If it were Lin Shuyi, Li Huai might have chatted with him. However, Li Huai was not particularly close to Yu Lu and Xie. In the Great Sui Kingdom's traveling team, Li Huai, Li Baoping, and Lin Shuyi were classmates and also from the same hometown. Their friendship was more important than that of Yu Lu and Xie. Lin Shuyi went less these days. In addition to attending classes every day, he spent most of his time cultivating in his own small courtyard. This courtyard was obtained from the academy by a respected old teacher. The old teacher was a cultivator and was willing to teach Lin Shuyi everything he knew. Not only did he explain the many subtleties of the Cloud Gem book that Lin Shuyi carried with him, but he also brought several treasured immortal secret books to the small courtyard for Lin Shuyi to read. Whenever the old teacher had time, he would come to the small courtyard to solve problems for Lin Shuyi. Although the old and the young were not master and disciple in name, They were master and disciple in reality. In addition to studying the boring classics, Lin Shuyi spent more time on peaceful cultivation. Yixin asked. In the cold autumn, there was a girl in the academy who changed her thin red dress into a heavier one. As for the cotton-padded jacket, she did not need it for the time being. She would often go to the tall tree at the top of East Mountain alone and sit there in a daze or eat some snacks to satisfy her cravings. When the homework was complicated, she would also sit on the tree branch with a book in her hand to memorize so that she would not be punished by the teacher the next day. Fortunately, when she had a little free time, she would prepare the articles that the teacher needed to punish her. They were stacked neatly and had accumulated a lot in the school. Therefore, she now had the nickname of book-copying girl in the Cliff Academy. Today, Li Baoping swung her feet on the tree and counted with her fingers, counting how long she had been separated from her youngest uncle. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Li Baoping's eyes were gloomy. Haha, since it's been so long, does it mean that the next time we meet is near? Li Baoping was happy again. Therefore, the girl in red stood up and jumped on the tree branch, trying to look as far as possible. Maybe youngest uncle is already standing at the foot of the mountain. Thud. Li Baoping fell to the ground. His face was covered in dirt and his body was covered in dust. Fortunately, she was experienced and knew how to make the fall less painful. In the end, Li Baoping was not injured, but her body was sore and swollen. Grimacing in pain, the little girl hurriedly looked around. Seeing that no one had seen her embarrassed state, she staggered down the mountain. Along the way, many people took the initiative to greet her. Li Baoping agreed to them one by one. After returning to the school, she had nothing to do and began to copy books again. Li Baoping glanced at the belongings on the desk and smiled brightly. The next time youngest uncle comes to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can skip classes for 10 days. After that, when the teacher comes to settle the score, I'll move this mountain of books to him. The more Li Baoping thought about it, the smarter she felt. She skillfully copied books with one hand and gave him a thumbs up with the other. Her eyes lit up and she said, as expected of the leader of the martial arts world. So domineering. On Luopa Mountain in Longquan County, after receiving a letter, the little boy in green who rarely went out went to the small town to reply to the letter. He was full of confidence. Then, for the first time, he went to Mount Padding Cloud and Dallas North Peak Palace to look for Wei Pai. However, after returning to the bamboo house, the girl in pink found that he was not in a good mood. Although she did not know what he wanted, it probably did not go well. The little boy in green did not want to complain to her. He just sighed alone at the edge of the cliff. Soon, his fighting spirit was high. He went down the mountain and went to the small town again. He braced himself and visited the county government and the kill supervisor's office. When he came back, he was sick again. 2 days later, he went to the newly built Longquan County outside the mountains in the north and looked for County Governor Wu Yuan. The little boy in green was so busy that the little girl in pink was confused. Although he was not serious usually, she knew that he was proud and arrogant. In the past, he did not even like Wei Pai. Although he would be very flattering when he met mountain god Wei, after flattering him, he would turn around and spit, not to mention County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Cao, or County Governor Wu. The little girl in pink could not help but ask. He only said, "What do you know?" Then, he moved a bamboo chair and sat alone at the edge of the cliff. Finally, one day, the little boy in green began to walk with a swagger. The little girl in pink was afraid that he would find her annoying again, so she did not ask. This time, the little boy in green was in a good mood. He took the initiative to move 2 bamboo chairs under the eaves. He crossed his legs and ate melon seeds. The little girl in pink thought to herself, "Is he stupid?" The little boy in green was in high spirits as he said with a smile, "The matter that Brother Water God entrusted to me has been completed. I have already sent a letter to Huangting Country's Imperial River Water God Temple." The little girl in pink was stunned. What did Imperial River Water God want you to do? The little boy in green grinned and said, "Didn't Huangting Country become Dallas vassal state? Brother Water God heard that I was doing well in Dali, so he wanted me to help him build a bridge. Other than ensuring that the water god temple would not be demolished, it would be best if I could get him a peace token from Dali. This trivial matter is nothing. Isn't it done? It turned out that Imperial River Water God had sent a letter from Huangting country, asking him to do something. The little boy in green had patted his chest and promised that he would do it. In the letter, he said that Brother Water God could rest assured that it was a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. He just had to wait for his good news. The little girl in pink cursed in her heart, trivial matter? Previously, you were always scratching your head and looking like you had nothing to live for. What is this? Besides, how can you have the nerve to say that you are doing well in Longquan? Even your diligent cultivation is only to be killed by 2 punches. Every time you muster the courage to go down the mountain, you must be trembling in fear. The little girl in pink asked softly, "Did Mountain God Wei help you solve it?" The little boy in green's expression changed slightly. His smile was a little forced as he pretended to be heroic and said, "Of course. What kind of relationship do I have with Wei Pai? We are so close and we call each other brothers every day. This is just a small matter. How would Wei Pai dare to say no?" The first time I went up Mount Padding Cloud to visit the North Mountain Palace, Old Wei had some matters to attend to. You don't know how courteous the auxiliary deities of the North Mountain Palace were to me. They prepared a big banquet to entertain me. The little girl in pink did not say anything. She just did not want to expose him. After all, he was so prideful. The little boy in green was full of joy as he spoke. However, in the end, he lost his spirit and stopped talking. He silently ate his melon seeds. During their second meeting, Wei Pai indeed nodded and agreed. As the North Mountain God, he asked the Dali Imperial Court for 2 protective talismans for his brother, Imperial River Water God. However, he paid a small price as an exchange. Chen Pinggan gave him a high-quality snake gallstone. The little boy in green was pained, but he did not regret it. He suddenly laughed and stretched out his hand, pointing to the south. "Stupid girl, in the future, when we reach Yujiang, I'll bring you to my water god brother's residence. We'll drink a big bowl of wine and eat a big piece of meat. I'll let you know how popular I am over there. Because I'm the one who brings you there, everyone will respect you." The little girl in pink was speechless. However, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of his face. He was in high spirits and she could not bear to see him like this. She said softly, "All right. Remember not to ask for big fish and big meat. I'll just eat some seasonal delicacies." The little boy in green laughed. "That's not difficult at all. I just need to say the word." The 2 of them fell silent. He suddenly said, "If Old Master is on the mountain, I should be able to make fewer trips, right?" The little girl in pink hummed softly. On the mountain to the west, Dong Shirajing's wonton stall was doing better and better. The good men and women who came to the mountain temple to burn incense all loved to come here and eat a bowl to relieve their hunger. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As the business grew, the stall became too small. As a result, Dong Shuijing decided to just build a stall. This way, even in the terrible weather, customers could come in and eat while waiting for the rain to stop. Moreover, this young man was easy to talk to. Even if he did not pay for the wontons, he would just use the stall as a resting place. Not only did he not chase people away, he would even get the 2 newly hired shop assistants to deliver a steaming hot bowl of tea. The shop's expenses grew, but the price of every bowl of wonton never rose and the taste never changed. It was to the point that several officials of Longquan County rushed over when they heard the news. For example, the governor of Longquan County, Wu Yuan, who had the highest official status, ate a bowl of fragrant wonton in the stall and praised it endlessly. In the dusk of this day, the stall was about to close. He got the shop assistants to serve the few scattered tables of customers. Dong Shuijing had a rare moment of leisure. After a day of hard work, he was completely exhausted. He sat at the entrance of the stall and picked up a bowl of tea, slowly drinking it. Dong Shuijing suddenly stood up. He hurriedly finished the rest of the tea and quickly walked over. A group of people walked down the mountain. Among them was a familiar face. She should have followed the elders of her family up the mountain to burn incense. She had only just come down the mountain. Looking at the time, she was most likely going to stay in Longquan County City. Dong Shuijing smiled and greeted them. He looked the same age as the adults, calling them uncle and aunt. Then he looked at the girl who was slightly taller and asked, "Shichuanjia, when did you come back?" The little girl no longer tied her hair into a ponytail. In the past, Shichuanjia had followed Li Baoping and Dong Shuijing on a short, soul-stirring trip. After returning to the small town, these children were divided into 3 groups and went their separate ways. Each of them had their own choices. Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shuyi followed Chen Pinggan to the Great Sui Kingdom to study. Dong Shuijing stayed in the small town. After attending school for a period of time, he quickly left. Of the 2 ancestral residences in the small town, he kept one and sold the other. Not only did he buy a luxurious mansion half a street long in the county city, he used the remaining money as capital to start a business on his own. Only Shi Chuanjia's family sold the ancestral shop in Dragon Riding Alley and moved to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom with her family. It was unknown whether she returned to her hometown this time to worship her ancestors or something else. Shi Jiachuan's parents had only heard of Dong Shuijing but had never seen him. Seeing that their daughter was reluctant to leave, they took the opportunity to say that they wanted to eat a few bowls of wonton. Dong Shuijing personally cooked and brought them to the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he returned to behind the counter. Shi Jiachuan finished eating hastily and ran to Dong Shuijing's side, quietly asking if there was any news about the treasure bottle. Dong Shuijing could only repeat some of the things that Chen Pinggan had said. Shi Jiachuan pricked up her ears and did not want to miss a single word. Dong Shuijing looked around and saw that the wonton was almost finished. He asked seemingly casually, "Are you coming back to stay here this time?" Shi Jiachuan nodded and said, "I heard that the new school here was founded by the Chen family of Dragon Tail Creek. My grandfather let me and my parents come back. Anyway, the shop is sold, but the ancestral house is still there. There is a place to stay." Dong Shuijing nodded. In the end, Shi Jiachuan and the others still took the money, but compared to usual, each bowl was less copper coins. Shi Jiachuan was a straightforward girl. Seeing that Dong Shuijing dared to take the money, she glared fiercely at this classmate who only cared about money. Dong Shuijing smiled slightly and did not mind. Watching them leave, he knew that there would be many opportunities to meet in the future. When doing business, when acquaintances come to the door, you must not kill them, but you can't not take money. It's best if you don't earn or lose money. Otherwise, the more business you do, the fewer friends you have. If you lose money every time, that person still likes to come to the door from time to time, which proves that the other party does not treat you as a friend. If you earn more than usual every time, then it's even more clear that you don't treat that person as a friend at all. If that's the case, it's more straightforward. If it's the former, it's more worrying. After confirming that there would be no more customers, the 2 shop assistants were already exhausted. Dong Shuijing made 2 big bowls of wonton for each of them and watched them wolfing it down. Dong Shuijing looked at the night outside the shop and then saw a man with a long sword hanging on his back, crossing the threshold. The Mohist hero named Shu Ruo had just returned to the ferry of Longquan County from Old Dragon City and came here directly. He smiled and asked the tall young man, "I've already told you about her information against the rules. So, have you decided now?" Dong Shuijing nodded. Since she was already a celestial, he could not live like this anymore. If he did that, he could live for decades or even hundreds of years. No matter whether he could get together with that lady in the end, it was always good to be able to see her a few more times. A little demon with the surname Jiyu appeared at Slip Lake. His name was Jiyu Kan and he was the last disciple of Liu Jimao, the true lord of Azure Gorge Island. He could actually control a flood dragon whose strength was comparable to the peak of the Golden Core realm. In the bloody battle between the disciples of the same sect, the flood dragon killed many people on Azure Gorge Island. What was more strange was that Liu Jimao did not stop it from the beginning to the end. Even when his first disciple was bitten to death by the beast, he still did not show up. If that was the end, Jiyu Kan's ferocious name would not have spread across Slip Lake, the largest water body of the Aquarius continent. The reason was that after that, on the blue waves of Slip Lake, there would often be a seemingly innocent child wandering around. At first, there were Chi refinement warriors who mistakenly thought that the child was using spells to control water and avoid water. That was why he could leisurely swim on the lake without moving his feet. Generally speaking, everyone minded their own business. However, there was one time when he caused a great disaster. More than 20 young Chi refinement warriors who were on good terms with each other were on a huge boat. They were sightseeing on the lake and they accidentally met that child. The two of them faced each other and no one was willing to give way. Hence, a conflict broke out. As a result, when the two sides were about to collide, the child, with his arms crossed, suddenly rose up. It turned out that he was standing on a huge flood dragon. It pressed down with its claws and cut a warship in half. First, the Chi trainers who tried to escape from the sunken ship by riding the wind were hit by a jet of water from the beast's mouth. After that, they were only left with skeletons. As for those who were drenched, their stomachs were cut open by the beast's claws. Those who were unlucky were put into the mouth and chewed. All the weapons and skills that hit its body did not hurt or itch at all. It did not even bother to dodge. The most miserable person was a smart person who tried to capture the leader first. He was a sword cultivator with a noble status. He was somewhat famous in Slip Lake where many heroes rose up together. He used his natal flying sword to assassinate the child who was standing on the head of the flood dragon. The flood dragon, which had been playing around, immediately became extremely irritable. It controlled the lake water around its body to raise monstrous waves, trapping the sword practitioner in a square water cage. Then, the beast used some kind of secret technique to suck out all the air, allowing the sword practitioner's spiritual chi to dry up and his body to explode to death. There was a loud bang. Blood splattered everywhere in the cage. It was as if a huge flower had bloomed. The child sat cross-legged on the head of the flood dragon and laughed. Some of the Dragon Gate cultivators and Gold Core bigwigs who rushed over were frightened when they saw this scene at close range. Previously, when the Green Canyon Island was fighting among themselves, they were far away. At that time, the beast did not show any skills similar to those of Chi trainers. But today, they saw that the beast seemed to have enlightened its mind and comprehended its natal power from only a few hundred feet away. If the ancient books about the Flood Dragon tribe were not wrong, would it not be a veritable flood dragon of the Earth Immortal realm as long as it made further progress? Being able to take human form, in the ancient era when flood dragons flourished, would have been qualified to own a dragon palace in a great river. This group of famous great cultivators from the Book Lake still thought that they were lucky in the beginning. They wanted to secretly save one or two of their disciples, but when the beast waved its claws gently, a huge claw mark appeared on the old cultivator's body hundreds of feet away, and he exploded in the air. Even if there was a gap of 1 or 2 realms between the cultivators of the middle 5 states, the outcome of the battle was not suspenseful. But generally, it would not be so decisive. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, no one saved the disciples of the sect who fell into the water. They chose to protect themselves and quickly retreated. After that, some people sneaked into Verdant Canyon Island and tried to assassinate the devil Jiu Kan. But they were all killed by Liu Zhimao. In half a year, 5 or 6 assassination attempts were made, but they were all stopped by Verdant Canyon Island. Half a year later, with Liu Zhimao as the leader, Jiu Kan and the beast as the main force, they killed the island sects where the assassins were from. Without exception, only some young boys and girls with good cultivation talent were selected. The rest were all killed. They searched 3 feet deep and collected all the treasures and artifacts. For a time, Verdant Canyon Island vaguely became the master of the islands of Slip Lake. Those who followed it would prosper and those who opposed it would perish. Now, Jiu Kan and his mother lived in the most magnificent mansion on Verdant Canyon Island. Several times, the master and disciple joined forces to destroy the mountains of other sects. After the battle, Jiu Kan would ask the senior sister who had tipped him off to help him select some outstanding beauties. They were all young and would be the candidates for the future open-clothes girls. He also specially asked someone to teach him how to play zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Today, It was rare that Ji-Yu-kan didn't go out to play. He accompanied his mother to the back hall and knelt respectfully on the futon. He kowtowed to a memorial tablet and offered incense. The woman had been living like a princess these years. Her appearance and figure had become more and more plump and moving. After the woman got up, she closed her eyes and put her palms together. She murmured softly, as if she was telling her dead husband that she was safe. Ji-Yu-kan stood in the solemn and silent hall. He raised his head and looked at the incense in front of him. This child whose hands had been stained with countless blood was speechless. When the mother and daughter crossed the threshold together, Ji-Yu-kan suddenly called out "Mother." The woman holding Ji-Yu-kan's little hand looked down and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Ji-Yu-kan squeezed out a smile and shook his head, saying that it was nothing. In the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, there was a starving, skinny little girl. Her clothes were tattered, and her eyes were cold. She carefully walked to the Qinghe district where the nobles gathered. She was familiar with the place and came to the back door of a luxurious mansion. Under the scorching sun, the skinny little girl was sweating profusely, but her expression was still cold. She squatted in the shade of a big tree and looked up. She looked at the blazing sun in the sky. That light made her eyes tear up. She silently withdrew her gaze and wiped her tears. Soon, the back door of the mansion was secretly opened. From the narrow crack of the door, a person about the same age as the skinny little girl slipped out. She was a rich little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was wearing gorgeous clothes and was holding a small wooden box with some difficulty. She was sweating profusely. She jogged all the way to the skinny little girl and said with a bright smile, "A gift for you." In the middle of summer, there were some water stains on the small wooden box. The skinny little girl frowned and took the wooden box. Holding it in her arms, she opened the lid with one hand. The beautiful little girl in front of her smiled happily. "Do you still remember that we made this snowman together last winter? I asked the people in the mansion to put it in the ice house. I deliberately took it out today to give it to you. Do you like it?" The skinny little girl lowered her head and stared at the little snowman. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. That beautiful girl who had walked out of a noble family was still there, innocently asking if he liked her or not, as if she was asking for credit. The skinny little girl slowly raised her head and asked, "Where's the food?" The beautiful little girl exclaimed and apologized, "I'm sorry, I forgot." She had a sad face and kept apologizing. "In a moment, I will go to the temple with my parents to burn incense and pray for blessings. I can't bring you anything to eat today. I'm sorry." The skinny little girl's mouth twitched. She lowered her head and looked at the little snowman in the small wooden box. Bang! The wooden box accidentally fell to the ground. The beautiful little girl was about to cry. She quickly squatted down. The skinny little girl squatted down as well. She reached out and picked up a pebble from the wall. She glanced at the little snowman that was broken into two halves in the wooden box. Then, she raised her hand high and smashed it at the little girl in the beautiful dress. A cool breeze blew past. When the beautiful little girl raised her head and squeezed out a smile, wanting to tell her good friend that it was okay, she was surprised to find that there was a stranger in front of her. He was wearing a beautiful snow-white robe and had a sword on his back. There was a small vermilion gourd hanging at his waist. The little girl blinked her watery eyes and turned her head slightly to look at the skinny little girl. She was full of questions. She found that her good friend was holding hands with that person. The guy with the sword on his back smiled and pointed in the direction of the back door. He said, "You go home first. Look, someone is waiting for you." Sure enough, the butler, Grandpa Zhao, had already found her. The beautiful little girl held the small wooden box and hesitated. She didn't know if she should give it to her playmate or take it home and continue to hide it in the ice cellar. Fortunately, the stranger made the decision for her. "Take it back. You can't keep it outside. What a pity. You can wait until it snows this winter and then make this little snowman into a big snowman." The little girl nodded vigorously. Holding the small wooden box, she said goodbye to her good friend that she had known for nearly 2 years. The skinny little girl was silent. When the door closed, Chen Pinggan let go of the little girl's hand. He felt that this little lunatic was unbelievable. The two children were clearly on good terms. Just because the other didn't bring food once, she wanted to kill him? Chen Pinggan looked down and asked, "Who are you?" The little girl raised her head and asked, "Why do you care?" 305. Chen Pinggan looked at the skinny child with cold eyes. Even though she was only a child and was far from Zhu Lu's age, Chen Pinggan still felt disgusted with her. Chen Pinggan stopped looking at her and turned to look at the back door of the mansion. The seemingly amiable and weak old housekeeper happened to be holding the young master's hand as they crossed the threshold. The housekeeper turned to look at Chen Pinggan, and their eyes met. Chen Pinggan nodded slightly in greeting. The housekeeper hesitated for a moment before nodding back. Everything was understood without words. If Chen Pinggan did not appear today, the skinny child would have died quietly. Moreover, the old man was obviously willing to show kindness to a fellow who he could not see through. He chose not to punish the ungrateful little bastard and let Chen Pinggan deal with her. Chen Pinggan withdrew his gaze and said to the child, "Don't come here again, or you will die." The little girl grinned and did not speak. Chen Pinggan turned and left. The skinny girl spat in the direction where Chen Pinggan disappeared. She did not forget to spit at the high wall and the gate. However, after doing these two small actions filled with resentment, her stomach, which was already rumbling with hunger, became even hungrier. She felt a little dizzy. She went back the way she came and tried her best to walk along the base of the wall. Not to mention the middle of the road, she did not even let the carriages and pedestrians on the road look at her. If she angered them, she would really die. As for the man in the snow-white robe, she was not afraid. She had a keen intuition about malice since she was young. She was very clear about who she could provoke and who she could not. Chen Pinggan did not go far. He quietly observed the little girl who was covered in thorns. She walked and rested along the way, walking weakly. She looked around cautiously and waited for a moment. Then she skillfully climbed over the wall and stole pickles from a family. She wolfed them down and quickly ran out of the alley. After that, she was thirsty. She climbed over the wall and tiptoed to scoop water from the water jar. Before she closed the lid again, she quickly grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and sprinkled it into the water jar. Then she quietly left. Chen Pinggan could see that the skinny little girl's legs were a little lame. She often reached out to rub her ribs. Most likely, she had suffered when she did these bad things in the past. Just as Chen Pinggan was about to leave, the little girl came to a shabby alley full of crows and barking dogs. A group of men standing crookedly were waiting there. They seemed to be waiting for her arrival. The men were not very old. There were 13 or 14 years old youths and the oldest was in his early 20s. They were sloppy and roguish. One of them saw the skinny little girl trotting towards them. He did not say anything and kicked her without any strength. If the kick was solid, the little girl would probably be kicked away. Fortunately, the little girl seemed to have expected it. She did not avoid it. Instead, she intentionally or unintentionally slowed down while running. She was kicked, but the kick was not heavy. Then she fell backward without any floor. After struggling for a while, she stood up with a miserable expression. She looked at those people and her expression was full of flattery and fawning. One of the ruffians, who should be the leader, did not want to waste time and let the little girl lead the way. The group of people walked around and spent a lot of time before they found a dilapidated house that had been abandoned for a long time. The little girl quietly stretched out her finger. The ruffian leader grinned and said, "If you point the wrong way, I will break your legs later." She shook her head vigorously and then timidly stretched out her hands and held them in front of her heart. The ruffian first made a gesture of a black market in Jianghu. The people around him began to surround the house. The man did not get involved. He threw 7 or 8 copper coins in the little girl's hand and said, "Little B****, unfortunately, I did not bring the remaining half of the copper coins with me. I will owe you first. Do you want to go home with me to get it after you finish your business?" The little girl shook her head vigorously and all the copper coins slid to the palm of one hand. She picked up 3 coins with the other hand and handed them to the ruffian. The ruffian was very happy. The little girl was quite smart. He waved his hand, and some of the people who originally wanted to continue to play with her lost interest. The little girl retreated and bowed to the man several times. Only then did she turn around and run away. In the house behind the little girl, someone let out an earth-shaking wail. The little girl only ran and quickly spread open her palm. Looking at the few copper coins, her tender but withered little face suddenly smiled like a flower. Longquan County, which was connected to the heavens and earth, was like a blessed land full of spiritual chi. It was coveted by people. After more than 2 years of migration, the tens of thousands of demons and spirits in the surroundings gradually began to attach themselves to the various mountains. The situation was stabilizing. Among them, there were as many as 3 great demons in the Aurus core realm. Without exception, each of them was once an all-powerful authority. As for whether or not there were nascent soul great demons hiding among them, unwilling to be exposed prematurely, it was unknown for the time being. Due to various reasons, there were those who died prematurely, those who did not follow the rules, and those who were suppressed and killed by the Dali Imperial Court. There were close to 1,000 in total. However, the deaths of the middle 5 realm demons were not great. Most of them were low-level demons who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation and only relied on their fierce nature to act. Among the demons, there were only a few who were qualified to receive the peace and quiet license issued by the Dali Imperial Court. For this reason, the demons who attached themselves to the various mountains and served as guardians of the mountains either used their own money to build a relationship with the government or begged the masters of the mansions to show goodwill to Dali. It was nothing more than a case of money making the world go round. This income made the Ministry of Revenue of Dali, who was caught off guard, beam with joy. By the way, the somewhat stiff relationship with the Ministry of War began to ease. After all, the surnames of Yuan and Cao were the pillars of the country, and their respective mountain forces were in the offices of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. The Yuan and Cao families had been incompatible with each other for nearly 100 years. Everyone knew that they were at loggerheads everywhere. As the saint of this small world, Wan Jiao, who was born in the Wind Snow Temple, founded the Longquan swordsmanship sect. Its territory was vast, including a large number of mountains including the Shunshuo Mountain. However, there were still very few disciples who could enter the sect. A woman who abandoned the Wind Snow Temple and cut off her thumb was in charge of the old sword shop outside the town. She rarely entered the mountain of the sect. Her name was Xu Xiaoqiao. A taciturn young man who only wore black clothes all year round was Dong Jiyu. There was also a long-browed young man who came from the Lizhu cave heaven, Xieling. Even with the addition of the only daughter, Wan Xiu, the Longquan swordsmanship sect still had very few disciples. However, Wan Jiao did not seem to care about this. Other than going to the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform on the Dragon Spine Mountain and dealing with her family, the Wind Snow Temple, and the Zhenwu Mountain, she did not care about worldly affairs. Whether it was the Governor Wu Yuan or the North Mountain god Wei Pai, she almost never paid attention to them. She did not care about the preaching of the disciples and usually let her daughter Wan Xiu keep an eye on it. On the Shunshuo Mountain, the sea of clouds was surging. The sun was hanging in the sky, illuminating the sky and the sea in red. A young girl in green with a ponytail, or rather, she could no longer be called a young girl. Compared to when she first entered the Lizhu cave heaven, she was now slender and taller. Her eyebrows and eyes had already grown. Miss Wan Xiu had already grown into a slim and graceful woman. Beside her stood the 3 disciples of her father, Wan Jiao. They were Xu Xiaoqiao, Dong Jiyu, and Xieling. It was rare for them to meet. Among the 3 of them, Xu Xiaoqiao addressed Wan Xiu as senior sister while Dong Jiyu addressed her as Miss Wan. However, there was respect from the bottom of his heart. The young man, Xieling, always liked to call her sister Xiuxiu. There was a dog lying beside Wan Xiu's feet. The old dog that was originally sick and lying on the street of the small town waiting for death had now become energetic. Its eyes were full of spirituality. This was all thanks to the elixirs that Wan Xiu often threw to it. They were all extraordinary items and each of them was worth thousands of gold pieces. There was once a chi cultivator who saw this scene and felt desolate. He only felt that he was worse than a dog and could not wait to pounce over and fight with the dog for food. In the dazzling sea of clouds, there were a few sparse mountains that broke through the sea of clouds. They stood tall and towered like islands. Ruan Xiu pointed to a mountain. My father said that as long as you all enter the Golden Core realm, he will give you a mountain and announce to the world that he will hold a peak opening ceremony for you. Then, she looked at Dong Jiyu. Although you are born in the spirit realm and compared to the three of us, it is harder for you to break through the realm. However, with your longevity, you have built a good foundation. You have entered the Dragon Gate realm long ago. It is time for you to give it a try. Dong Jiyu wanted to say something but stopped. Obviously, he was not very confident. Among the 5 middle realms, the Golden Core realm was the most difficult for cultivators to break through. It had blocked countless chi cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. The reason why Dong Jiyu left his hometown and gave up his identity as the Grand Tutor of the country and the riches of the mortal world was that he wanted to make use of the extraordinarily abundant aura in the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven to increase his chances of entering the Golden Core realm. As for the grade of the Golden Core realm and the number of paintings in the elixir chamber, he did not dare to have extravagant hopes. Only when one becomes a Golden Core expert can he be considered as one of my generation. This sentence attracted countless chi cultivators in the world. Year after year, they did not care about worldly affairs and only cultivated tirelessly. In the process of breaking through the realm, I will use some methods to help you hold the line by borrowing the luck of the mountains and rivers in my family. Ruan Xiu pointed to Xieling. Your junior brother has previously obtained a treasure that is close to an immortal weapon. It is an exquisite pagoda. It is a reward from an expert and can reduce the risk of you breaking through the realm. The long-browed young man from the Xie clan had a long face. He even had the thought of jumping off the cliff to commit suicide. My dear sister Xiuxiu, sigh. This is my biggest secret. How could you say it so casually? Dong Jiyu, who always had an old-fashioned and expressionless face, finally showed a hint of excitement. He bowed to his junior brother Xieling and thanked him. Junior brother Xie, Dong Jiyu will never forget this great kindness. I will definitely repay it in the future. Ruan Xiu dismissed the resentful Xieling with a few words. Since you have such a good thing, you should make the best use of it. Don't always think of hiding and stealing. She smiled. At the end of the day, the cultivation of the great Tao is to cultivate oneself. If you rely too much on external things, it will be very troublesome whether it is in the face of an enemy or in the mind. The reason why many old nascent soul stage cultivators died silently in seclusion was because they placed too much emphasis on Dharma treasures and artifacts during the cultivation process. Ruan Xiu finished these words in one go as if she was reciting a book. Xieling laughed. Xu Xiaoqiao and Dong Jiyu also had a strange look in their eyes. Ruan Xiu sighed, a little discouraged. My father asked me to memorize these principles. It is so hard for me. Xieling was grinning from ear to ear. Xu Xiaoqiao and Dong Jiyu smiled knowingly. Ruan Xiu said, Dong Jiyu, pick a good place and an auspicious day later. Xieling and I will be there on time. Dong Jiyu nodded vigorously, his mood surging. Ruan Xiu took out an embroidered handkerchief from her sleeve and did not open it. She said to the three of them, let's go back. Xieling lived on the mountain, Dong Jiyu cultivated at the foot of the mountain, and Xu Xiaoqiao lived in the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River. Ruan Xiu set a rule that cultivators were not allowed to travel on the wind, so poor Xu Xiaoqiao and Dong Jiyu had to walk down the mountain. Ruan Xiu said casually, disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, if you want to ride on the wind, you can ride on the wind, if you want to ride on the sword, you can ride on the sword. Who cares about that in their own territory? My father. He doesn't care about that. He only cares about whether you can enter the Golden Core stage and whether you can become cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the future. Ruan Xiu added, I said those words myself. My father didn't teach me. The three of them dispersed. Ruan Xiu squatted down, picked up a piece of peach blossom cake and threw it into her mouth. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into crescents. Then, She opened her eyes forcefully and tried to make herself look more serious. Looking at the dog, she puffed up her cheeks and said vaguely, "You have to cherish the good days now. Don't always shout at people on the street and show off. Is it fun? I heard that you almost bit a passerby once. I told you to guard the house obediently. Why did you come to this mountain without permission? Do you want me to protect you?" Ruan Xiu raised a hand. "Do you believe that I can slap you to death?" The dog immediately prostrated on the ground, whimpering and begging for mercy. Ruan Xiu's eyes were still cold as she glanced at it. "If it wasn't for him, I could eat dog stew for a few days." The dog's back trembled. Ruan Xiu stood up and pointed at the path down the mountain. "Even those Qi refinement warriors have to behave with their tails between their legs. You're a dog to begin with. You want to rebel? Go down the mountain and guard the door." With a whoosh, the dog ran away with all its might. Previously, it had gained some intelligence and only felt that she was cute and amiable. It was only at this moment that it instinctively realized that she had never felt the slightest bit of pity or closeness to it. Ruan Xiu chewed on the second piece of peach blossom cake. She propped one hand near her cheek to prevent the bits and pieces of the cake from falling to the ground. She would never get tired of eating such delicious food. She just did not know if the taste of the river gods in the future would be comparable to the peach blossom cake. She heard from her father that their golden bodies were the most beneficial to her own cultivation. Crunch. This Miss Xiu Xiu was a little greedy. She hurriedly wiped the corners of her mouth. As one of the earliest vassals of the Lu dynasty, the Dali dynasty had been accompanied by countless humiliation and forbearance in the early days before the rise of the Lu dynasty. Whether it was the strength of the country or the confidence of the people, it was a significant watershed. After the end of this vast and long-lasting war, the Dali dynasty, from the high-ranking officials in the imperial court, civil and military, to the soldiers at the border, and to the common people, had built up unparalleled confidence. This was the greatest source of confidence for the Dali cavalry to go south on a punitive expedition. However, during this period, there were some accidents that made the generals at the border who were used to fighting to the death and bitter battles, as well as the leaders of the Ministry of War who were strategizing in the capital, not know whether to laugh or cry. The low-level soldiers and even the middle-level generals in the Dali border army were the first to go south due to the caution of a veteran soldier who had been through hundreds of battles. However, first, the number one enemy in the north, the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom, withdrew and avoided the war. Then, there were the vassal states, including the Huangting Kingdom, where the emperors and monarchs took the initiative to go out of the city and hand over the imperial seal to the Dali generals who were sitting high on the horse. There were only scattered resistance in various places. This made the Dali border army, who were good at war, feel a little confused and that they were useless. Further south, the battles became more frequent. There began to be a sizable number of enemy troops, either in open areas, gathering elites and taking the initiative to fight to the death with the Dali border army, or relying on the impregnable passes, high cities, and huge towns to defend and not come out. There were also a few small states that formed an alliance to fight against the Dali border army. Dali, in addition to a few head-on battles outside the city, used the strategy of driving the wolf to devour the tiger. During this period, countless Dali death warriors and spies hidden in various countries played a huge role. Countless family members turned against each other, close friends brandished their swords at each other, and groups of Zhenghu forces in the country started to rebel. Many of the pillars of the country, civil and military officials, suddenly died. Thus, Dali went south and achieved countless military achievements. The achievement of destroying a country that people once thought was unattainable was now within their reach. Groups of Dali elites that showed off their abilities advanced from the north of the Aquarius continent to the south, advancing side by side. Using battle to nurture battle, they became more and more unstoppable. Emperor Dali issued a secret edict, which was passed to all the generals' tents. Before they reached the northern border of the beautiful clothes country in the middle of the Aquarius continent, the Dali army's attack on the cities and land would be carried out by all the generals, and there was no need for a document from the Ministry of War. Everyone, just step your hooves towards the south. For a celebration, first use the enemy's head as a bowl, blood as wine, the capital as a table, and drink to your heart's content. The emperor, who rarely revealed his true feelings, actually used such emotional words in the edict. This made the Dali generals, who were already in a killing frenzy, how could they not feel their blood boiling? Behind the thundering hooves of the great Li's horses was the vassal king Song Changjing, leading an army of his direct subordinates, slowly advancing. Behind them was the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, who was secretly going south. He was personally in charge of arranging for the Dali civil servants to enter the cities that had changed their flags. The northern countries of the Aquarius continent were like a puddle of mud, being trampled to pieces. The cavalry gathered the elites of the northern Shihe country, and finally broke through the city. This battle lasted for 3 months. The Li border army fought very hard. Only the soldiers and horses from other countries who joined the army on the way, plus the mixed forces from the north of Shihe country who surrendered, were left with less than 30%. But after breaking through the first border town of the Shihe country, the Shihe country Han family's throne was broken, and that was the truth. After a hard battle, they finally won, but the atmosphere of the Dali army was somewhat heavy. Not only were there casualties, there was another Dali army led by a certain Shangju state, who took advantage of the fact that they were gnawing on the hardest bone of the Shihe country, and actually crossed the border into the Shihe country. With lightning speed, they directly destroyed more than 10 empty cities, and it was said that they were about to reach the capital of the Shihe country. No one would be happy if they were to work for someone else. Many generals covered in blood ran to the main general to complain, but the main general only listened to their complaints, and did not say anything. Under the protection of a group of dozens of elite retainers, a man wearing the light armor of an ordinary cavalry slowly entered the city. Looking at the smoke rising from the city, the man's expression was firm and determined. He was not affected by the anger of his subordinates. This military general was called Song Feng. He was a relative of the Song clan, and was only 30 years old. This young duke, in fact, was a little distant from the emperor's official bloodline, but his reputation was very good. He had joined the army for nearly 10 years, and rarely returned to the capital after that. Song Feng was not the kind of valiant general who would personally charge into battle, after all his noble status was there. Even if Song Feng was willing to take the risk, his subordinates would most likely stop him. Once Song Feng died, no one could bear the responsibility. Fortunately, Song Feng did not care about the false reputation, and had never made the generals under his command feel bad about such matters. After more than 10 years of military life, they lived together day and night, and the generals around him who now held great power might only be sergeants in the beginning, but it was not an exaggeration to say that the main general, Song Feng, was willing to sacrifice his life for him. In this siege, the cultivators from both sides also fought extremely fiercely. The Qi refinement warriors under Song Feng's command, the cultivators arranged by the Dali imperial court to accompany the army, and the consecrated guests that he recruited himself totaled more than 30 people, and nearly half of them died. Such a tragic loss was almost equal to all the previous battles in the south. At this moment, there were only 2 people who looked like Qi refinement warriors by Song Feng's side to protect him. One of them had an eye-catching Dali peace token hanging on his waist. He was a burly man who was bare-chested and barebacked. He was 9 feet tall and held 2 battering hammers in his hands. His mount was much larger than the war horses of the heavy cavalry. In addition to the jade token, the burly man also had 2 bloody skulls hanging on his waist. They were the spoils of war in the siege. The owners of the skulls were famous Qi refinement warriors in the northern border of Shihe country when they were alive. Compared to the majestic burly man, the other person was much more inconspicuous. He was a man who looked younger than the main general, Song Feng. He wore a grey cotton long robe and had a handsome fox-like face. He smiled at everyone, and there were 2 long and short swords hanging on his waist. One of the scabbards was black and the other was white. The young man in the cotton long robe folded his sleeves and shrunk his neck, looking lazy. Far away in the city on the left front, there was a sword gleam soaring into the sky. The burly man laughed loudly and galloped forward on his horse. He turned and smiled at Song Feng. The outcome has been decided. It's rare that there are still people who have escaped the net. If we are late, there might not even be leftovers left. General, "Be careful, don't fall off the horse." This extremely arrogant cultivator was an expert who had recently joined the army. Rumor had it that he was once a trusted subordinate of a certain important figure in the palace. Because that important figure had lost his power, he had no choice but to leave the capital to earn some military merits. This person was used to seeing the influential people of the capital, so he didn't have much respect for a relative of the Song clan who had been stationed at the border for many years. The burly man shifted his gaze and looked at the man and horse beside Song Fong. "Pretty boy cow, as long as you wash your butt clean and come find me, I will give you this military merit for free. How about it?" The young cultivator who had been humiliated like this only squinted his eyes and smiled. He didn't forget to wave his hand at the man, indicating that he should hurry to the battlefield and not waste any time. The burly man laughed loudly and raised his butt high on the horse's back. He stretched out his hand and slapped it fiercely. He shook it a few times before landing back on the saddle and galloping towards the place where the sword gleams originated from. The elite cavalry around Song Fong were all extremely angry. Only Song Fong and the cotton-clothed man didn't take it to heart. This cavalry troop slowly moved towards the general's residence in the city. In a simple and crude shop near the city gate, there were 3 people who had chosen to hide their presence from the beginning to the end of the battle. They did not participate in any battle and allowed the city gate to be broken. They allowed those bastards from the Dali dynasty to kill their way into the city and kill anyone who dared to wield a weapon. One of them was the #1 cultivator in this huge town in the north. Before the Dali army besieged the town, the general guarding the town had already announced to the outside world that he had gone to the capital to seek help from the emperor. As for the other 2, one of them was the leader of an immortal sect in Shihe country and the other was a royal consecrator from the neighboring country with a cultivation of golden core. A golden core immortal and 2 dragon gate cultivators were secretly hiding here. If this situation wasn't to save the town, in fact, it couldn't be saved. Including Shihe country, there were 6 small countries nearby. This secret plan was to assassinate Song Fong. They wanted to kill a member of the royal family of the Song clan on the battlefield. Once they succeeded, even if the country was destroyed, it would greatly inspire the people. Even if the 6 countries were crushed by Dalis cavalry, there would still be countless righteous people who would stand up for them. They would definitely tire Dali and those bastards out. They wouldn't be able to smoothly digest the resources of the 6 countries in a short period of time and turn them into resources to invade the south. As for whether their plan could really achieve their expectations, the 3 people present and the rulers of the 6 countries were not willing to think too deeply about it. Now that things had come to this, they couldn't care less. The mountains and rivers were destroyed and the people were in a terrible situation. They had to do something. Once they succeeded and became famous, they would abandon their base in the north and flee to the south. Their status would skyrocket and they would become the distinguished guests of the great dynasties. What was so difficult about that? There was no hope of breaking through to the next realm and their lifespans were about to end. They had cowered in the mountains for 300 years. It was time to do something heroic before they died. The 3 people present on the mountain each had their own thoughts. In the group, Song Fong seemed to be idle and casual. In fact, his palms were sweating as he gripped the horsewhip. The handsome man with the face of a fox smiled at Song Fong. "With me, Cao Jun, around, you won't die." The man who called himself Cao Jun suddenly asked, "Since I've helped you this time, you have to help me this time as well." "It's not difficult. We just have to report to the imperial court and add a Qi refinement warrior to the list of casualties. How about that? It's very simple. Just say that he died in the hands of the enemy cultivators who were hiding. He sacrificed his life to protect his master loyally." Song Fong nodded. Cao Jun pulled out his hands from his sleeves and pressed on the hilts of the long and short swords respectively, slowly pulling the swords out of their sheaths. There was a loud bang. The back of the mount broke and it died on the spot. Cao Jun had already swept away and his figure disappeared instantly. 2 streaks of colorful rainbows hung in the air. 15 minutes later. When the last core formation stage cultivator with broken limbs had to choose to explode his core formation stage cultivator in grief and indignation, the sword cultivator whose combat ability was so powerful that not even a drop of blood was stained on his cotton-padded robe. When the core formation stage cultivator committed suicide, he flew away gracefully on his sword. The houses within a radius of 1,000 feet under his feet were instantly razed to the ground. The flying dust covered the sky and the sun. Song Feng raised his head and looked over, feeling relieved. Only then did he feel at ease and charge forward on his horse. After hesitating for a moment, he did not go straight to the general's residence. Instead, he went to the battlefield where the sword light soared into the sky. When he arrived there, he discovered the corpse of the Dali immortal who wielded a pair of battering hammers lying in a pool of blood. His buttocks were pierced by a long spear. A handsome sword cultivator in a cotton robe stood at the top of the long spear and was yawning. When he saw Song Feng, he smiled and waved at him. After that day, the sword cultivator named Cao Jun took the initiative to join an ordinary scout team and no longer stayed by Song Feng's side to waste time. A Dragon Gate genius cultivator who wandered around and had little but continuous battle achievements, used this insidious method to quietly reap the lives of Dallas scouts on another battlefield in the neighboring country where Dallas troops were marching south. Every time he took action, he would stop and did not reveal his identity. In just half a year, he had killed 160 Dallas elite scouts. It should be known that every Dallas scout was the best of the best. Because the previous close combat battles were not concentrated on one battlefield, this young military cultivator did not attract the attention and encirclement of Dallas cultivators. However, Dali gradually became vigilant and constantly increased the number of cultivators following the army, hiding among them, hoping to be a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, when the 2C viewing realm cultivators following the army were killed, Dallas higher-ups finally paid attention to this guy. However, this military cultivator directly ran away. He took a big detour and moved to the battlefield of Shihe Kingdom led by Song Feng. It was a coincidence that Cao Jun met him. It was inevitable that he met Cao Jun. After all, if you often walk by the river, how could your shoes not get wet? Cao Jun watched helplessly as he killed the 7 scouts beside him and then slaughtered him. It seemed that a cultivator who was good at killing joined the army to make a name for himself and be conferred the title of Marquis. However, this was not the case. There would always be a higher mountain. Cao Jun learned from the strong man who held the battering hammer and cut off the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator who had a promising future. However, he did not hang it on his waist but on the side of the saddle. Then he went south alone. He wanted to learn from this person and single-handedly assassinate the generals of Shihe Kingdom. He did not think that his luck would be better than the owner of the head beside the saddle. However, the only difference between the two was that Cao Jun had a Taoist protector. He did not have to worry about his safety and could just kill to his heart's content without thinking of any retreat. He smiled and lowered his head. He patted the head that died with its eyes wide open. The blood had long dried up and the hair was as dry as grass. Cao Jun smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you don't." A voice sounded with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you save those scouts? You are a comrade on the battlefield." Cao Jun smiled and said, "If I was not among them, they would have died in vain. With me here, at least someone helped him to avenge. Shouldn't they thank me?" Immortals were heartless. Cultivating on the mountain was far away from the mortal world. It had been too long and the distance was too far. Naturally, over time, many cultivators would become heartless to the mortal world. At most, they would not make things difficult for the mortal world, but they should not expect them to treat the mortal world well. Somewhere in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, a little girl in ragged clothes stood in front of a meat bun shop. She drooled as she stared at the steaming steamers. They were layered and emitted a fragrant smell. The shopkeeper found her an eyesore and angrily chased her away. The little girl straightened her back and spread out her palms, indicating that she had money. 5 copper coins, 5 copper coins. The shopkeeper did not look at her and still told her to get lost. Seeing that she was unwilling to leave, he picked up a stool and was about to hit her. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly ran away. After running far away, the little girl looked at the shop with gloomy eyes. She grinned and turned to a stall that sold pancakes. She bought 2 pancakes and still had 1 copper coin left. She could have gotten through the day by eating 1 pancake. At the beginning, she only ate 1 pancake. But as she walked, she began to feel conflicted. In the end, she found a corner and ate the pancake that was supposed to be tomorrow's meal. After eating, she seemed to regret it and pinched her arm hard. But after getting up, the little girl, who rarely had a full stomach, began to jump for joy. She ran all the way and occasionally looked up at the kites in the sky above the capital. She was full of envy. That night, she did not return to her home. The summer night was cool and she could sleep anywhere. She would not die. It was just that there were many mosquitoes and it was a little annoying. There was a wealthy family that was relatively well off. There was a pair of clumsy stone lions at the door. Their shapes were strange. They were not squatting, but they were on all fours and looked into the distance. The stone lions were neither high nor low, just enough for the little girl to climb onto their backs. She first sat on them and looked at the summer night sky for a while. Then, she took out the remaining copper coin. Through the small square hole, she looked at the vast starry sky. At that moment, her face was full of smiles. After that, she hid the copper coin and lay down to sleep. Soon, she let out a light snoring sound. On the stone lion next door, Chen Pingan sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look at the little girl who was sleeping soundly. His brows were tightly furrowed, unable to let go. Chen Pingan did not think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and practiced the sword furnace stance. The little girl lay on the back of the stone lion, sleeping soundly. 3:06. Early in the morning, the door creaked. The skinny little girl woke up instantly and jumped off the back of the stone lion. She tiptoed and bent her waist like a cat as she escaped along the wall. Chen Pingan obviously woke up earlier than her. After watching the little girl leave from afar, he did not follow her and returned to his residence. Chen Pingan rented a side room of a house in the south of the capital. There was a striped yuan alley nearby. It was very famous, but in fact, it was not as famous as Apricot Alley in his hometown. There were many shabby scholars who were on their way to the capital to take the imperial examinations. They failed the imperial examinations and could not afford the travel expenses to return home. In the capital, they could exchange knowledge with the friends they had just made, so they settled down just like that. Chen Pingan only had the key to the house and did not have the key to the courtyard door, so he returned to his residence on time. The courtyard door was already open. Chen Pingan returned to his room and closed the door. He glanced at the stack of books on the table and the bedding on the bed. They had all been touched, and there were only a few clues. In Chen Pingan's eyes, it was very abrupt. He sighed and felt a little helpless. Fortunately, there were still some things missing. Chen Pingan did not live here before. He stayed in an inn and asked for a big room where he could practice his fist and sword. Later on, he searched for a Taoist temple to no avail. His state of mind became more and more irritated. For the first time, Chen Pingan stopped practicing his walking stance and swordsmanship. In order to save money, he moved here and would only occasionally practice the sword furnace stance. Chen Pingan lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in a daze. It was not a good idea to always be like a headless fly. Chen Pingan had benefited greatly from his time on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the 2 battles at the Eagle Fortress, and especially the self-destruction of the evil cultivator's alchemy room. Spiritual qi poured out like a flood, and Chen Pingan had benefited greatly from going against the flow. Chen Pingan was now in the 4 realms of martial Dao, and there were signs of the bottleneck loosening. However, he still felt that he was lacking something. Chen Pingan had a vague intuition that as long as he was willing, he could quickly cross the threshold of the 4 realms of martial Dao. However, Chen Pingan still hoped to have a more solid foundation. If he really couldn't do it, he would do as Lu Tai had said. He would go to the Martial Saints Temple to try his luck. He had to find something to do. Otherwise, Chen Pingan was afraid that he would become moldy. Chen Pinggan decided to stay in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom until the end of summer. If he could not find the temple, he would return to the Aquarius continent and focus all his energy on the 7 realms of martial arts. Kui Dong's grandfather was at the bamboo house of Luo Po Mountain. Chen Pinggan was very confident. He might be able to bring forward the 10-year agreement with Ning Yarrow by a few years. However, Chen Pinggan was still a little afraid. He was afraid that the arrogant and invincible barefoot old man would threaten to polish him to the 5 realms or 6 realms of martial arts. Back then, the 3 realms were already so painful. Chen Pinggan was really afraid that he would be beaten to death by the old man, and the kind that would be painful to death. Chen Pinggan held the back of his head with both hands and slowly closed his eyes. He did not know if Alliance and the legendary invincible Daoist No. 2 in the sky beyond heaven had a true victor. He did not know how high the tallest mountain and the largest river Liu Xianyang had seen on his long journey to the Chen clan of Yingyan. He did not know if Li Baoping was happy studying at the Cliff Academy. He did not know if Ji Yu Kan was bullied at the Bookslip Lake. He did not know if there was another book that held a grudge against others. He did not know if Miss Ron Xiu still liked to eat the peach blossom cakes at the Dragon Rider Alley shop. He did not know if Zhong Shanfeng and Xu Yuanxia had met new friends during their travels. They could go through fire and water together to vanquish demons and devils. He did not know if Fan Er had met a girl he liked in Old Dragon City. Chen Pinggan was actually thinking about something and fell asleep just like that. With the flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 in the blade strengthening gourd, Chen Pinggan was not too worried about the journey. The owner of this house was from 3 generations. There were 5 people in total. The old man liked to go out to find people to play chess. He was weak in chess and even worse in chess. He liked to make a fuss. The old woman's words were harsh and her face was gloomy all day long. It was easy for Chen Pinggan to think of Granny Ma in the Apricot Blossom Alley. Of the young couple, the woman did some needlework at home and did the housework. She was scolded by her mother-in-law every day. According to the old saying in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, the man was a bag dealer. He carried a big bag and went everywhere to buy junk. He tied a small drum around his waist and shouted loudly in the streets. If he was lucky, he could pick up valuable old objects and sell them to the antique shops he was familiar with. He could make a lot of money with the turnover. The couple looked ordinary, but they had a good-looking child. He was 7 or 8 years old and had red lips and white teeth. He did not look like a child in a shabby alley. Instead, he looked like a young master from a rich family. When he went to school, it was said that he was very popular with the teachers. He often watched his grandfather play chess with others. He would sit there for more than half an hour without saying a word. He watched the game without saying a word. He was a real gentleman, very much like a young teacher. Regardless of the size of the neighbors, they were all close to this child and often made fun of him. Who did he like more, the little girl from the alley next door or Miss Liu from the school? This child often just smiled shyly and continued to watch the game silently. After Chen Pinggan fell asleep, a little thing emerged from the ground and climbed onto the table. It sat next to the mountain of books and began to doze off. Little Lian was obviously proficient in the earth escape technique. It was silent and extremely fast. Before coming to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, Chen Pinggan played with it several times. Sometimes, he would urge the horse to run wildly, or run dozens of miles in one breath. When he stopped the horse and stopped, there would always be a little guy poking its head out of the ground and giggling at him. Whether it was Chen Pinggan practicing his stance, boxing, or swordsmanship, it never disturbed him. It always watched from afar. Only when Chen Pinggan waved at it, it would come to Chen Pinggan's side. It climbed up the golden cloth on the robe and finally sat on Chen Pinggan's shoulder. One big and one small, they enjoyed the scenery together. As for the snow coin, it was temporarily placed with Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan only took a short nap. Soon, he was awakened by the movements in the courtyard. The old woman was nagging, the woman was murmuring, the old man was exercising his voice, and the child was reading the contents of the books in the morning. Only the young man was still sleeping soundly. Chen Pinggan sat at the table and gently picked up a book. The little thing also slowly woke up. It was confused and stared blankly at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Go to sleep." The little thing quickly got up and ran to Chen Pinggan's side to help him open a page of the book. Chen Pinggan was used to it. The books on the table were newly bought after leaving Lu Tai and Eagle Fortress. At that time, Lu Tai said that only by reading first-rate books could one hope to become a second-rate person. When it came to reading, one couldn't ask for perfection. One shouldn't bite off more than one could chew. One should read intensively, chew slowly, and truly swallow all the subtleties of a classic into one's stomach. Those beautiful images, penetrating principles, and the spirit hidden between the sentences and chapters all turned into one's own use. Only then could one be called reading. If one flipped through millions of books, one would at most become a two-legged bookcase. At that time, Chen Pinggan was enlightened. If it weren't for Lu Tai's reminder, he really might have bought a good book and read it carefully. However, the sea of books was boundless and his life was limited. Chen Pinggan not only had to practice his fist and sword, but he also had to look for a Taoist temple. It wasn't easy for him to have some free time left, so he should indeed use it to read the best books. Lu Tai gave him a list of books, but Chen Pinggan treasured that piece of paper. He didn't buy books according to the list. Instead, he bought the classics of the Confucian quasi-sage. It was a pity that the old scholars' books couldn't be bought on the market. Chen Pinggan wanted to read the 3 and 4 books and compare them. From an emotional point of view, Chen Pinggan was naturally most inclined to Mr. Chi's teacher, the old scholar who loved to drink and talk when drunk. However, liking, admiring, and respecting a person wasn't a problem. If one thought that person's words and actions were all right because of this, there would be a big problem. Was the old scholar's knowledge high? Of course, it was very high. According to the young Kui Dong, he was so high that all scholars felt that he was like the sun in the sky. Then, did Chen Pinggan have the right to think that the old scholar's reasoning wasn't the most reasonable? It seemed like an ant trying to shake a big tree, but in fact, it was because there was a quasi-sage and there were classics left behind by the quasi-sage. Chen Pinggan once told Ning Yao's parents that to truly like a person, one had to like the person's bad points. He also told the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, "If I'm wrong, remember to remind me." However, in the depths of Chen Pinggan's heart, of course, he still hoped that after reading both sides of the debate between the 3 and 4, he could sincerely feel that the old scholar's words were more correct. Then, the next time he drank with the old man, there would be something to talk about. Chen Pinggan sat upright and still, reading very slowly and softly. Every time he reached the end of a page, little Lian would quickly turn to a new page. Then, she would return to the table and sit between Chen Pinggan and the books on the table, imitating Chen Pinggan's upright sitting posture. She pricked up her ears and quietly listened to the sound of reading above her head. In the courtyard outside the house, which was filled with the smoke and fire of the marketplace, Chen Pinggan, who was wearing a white robe and carrying a sword and a gourd, was like a strange person far away on the horizon. When he came, he didn't feel close, and when he left, he didn't feel nostalgic. It was fine as long as he paid. Not far from Zhuangyuan Alley, there were wine shops and brothels, as well as temples with Sanskrit chants. Although they were close, they were as far apart as the heavens. Chen Pinggan could often see monks carrying alms bowls out of the house. Although they were thin, most of them had serene faces. Even if they didn't wear a kasaya, one could still see that they were different from the common people in the marketplace. On the other hand, the brothels and wine shops were often noisy at night. The whole street was filled with a strong smell of cosmetics, and it often didn't stop until the early hours of the morning. Although the people there, whether it was the guests drinking wine or the women toasting wine, were all dressed in brocade and silk, once the joy came to an end, most of them looked haggard. Chen Pinggan saw the women several times after sending the guests out of the brothel. They went back to remove the cosmetics on their faces. At dawn, they walked out of the brothel's side door and went to an alley crowded with vendors. They sat there and drank a bowl of porridge or wonton. Some of the women ate and fell asleep on the table. Every moment of sex was worth 1,000 gold. It was like borrowing money from God and had to be paid back. Some of the vendors who were familiar with the brothel women liked to talk dirty. Some of the women didn't care and said a few perfunctory words in order to save a few copper coins. There were also some who were particularly serious. They were used to being submissive and flattering, so they directly scolded the vendors. The vendors shrank back. When the women left, they began to scold them for being nothing more than dirty goods in the flesh business. How could they have the face to pretend to be virgins? The next day, the brothel girls who had scolded him came as usual. The hawker who had been scolded yesterday would still sneak a peek at their small, white hands that were exposed under their sleeves. They were as white as pork on the chopping board. Compared to his old, yellow-faced wife, they were like heaven and earth. He really didn't know how these juicy women were raised. Just thinking about how he had to spend half a year of his hard work just to touch their breasts, he could only sigh. The Nanyuan kingdom had been without war for hundreds of years. Guotai was peaceful. Generations of emperors ruled the kingdom. It was neither virtuous nor evil. Therefore, there was no night ban in the capital. The heroes of Jianghu carried their sabers and swords casually, dressed in fine clothes and riding horses. The government never cared. If they met on the road, they would get off their horses. Both sides would greet each other politely. If they had a good relationship, they would drink together. One would talk about the promotion in the officialdom that made people feel helpless, and the other would talk about the soul-stirring fights between the masters of Jianghu. In order to find that Taoist temple, Chen Pinggan would wander around the capital every day. He saw all kinds of people in the city and also saw some strange things hidden in the city. As long as they didn't provoke him, Chen Pinggan didn't want to pay attention to them. Lu Tai once said something. At that time, he didn't feel it deeply. Now, the more he thought about it, the more it lingered. After going up the mountain and practicing Taoism, one would feel that there were more and more strange spirits and otherworldly items in the world. Chen Pinggan closed the book. 2 hours passed just like that. He was ready to go out and continue his stroll. Although Chen Pinggan's state of mind became more and more irritable while searching for the Taoist temple, Chen Pinggan did try to calm down. In fact, he made a lot of efforts. He went to all the big and small temples, burned incense, and worshipped Buddha. He walked alone in the quiet path under the shade of the trees. Every time he went to a temple, he recorded it on a bamboo slip. Chen Pinggan went to the small temple on the side of Zhuangyuan Alley the most. The temple wasn't big. Including the abbot, there were only a dozen people. Over time, he became familiar with them. Every time Chen Pinggan felt uneasy, he would go there and sit. He didn't necessarily talk to the monks. Even if he just sat alone under the eaves and listened to the tinkling of the wind chimes, he could pass the time of a hot afternoon. The Nanyuan kingdom worshipped Buddhism and devalued Taoism. In the capital and other places, there were many temples. The incense was flourishing, and Taoist temples were rare. There was not a single one in the capital. In the past few days, a shocking secret had spread throughout the capital. One of the 4 great temples of the Nanyuan kingdom, the White River Temple, had a huge scandal. The White River Temple had always been famous for its abbot's profound Buddhist teachings and the golden body of an arhat. After each generation of eminent monks passed away, they were able to leave behind an undecaying body or a sarira. The other 3 temples were inferior in this aspect. This was also seen as proof that the Nanyuan kingdom's Buddhist teachings were prosperous, far surpassing the neighboring countries. However, not long ago, there was a senior monk who had been appointed as the abbot of White River Temple the year before last. His glory was limitless, but one day, he ran out of the temple and went straight to the Supreme Court to complain. After hearing the story, the officials of the Supreme Court looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that this old monk had accused White River Temple of poisoning his food and plotting to pour mercury into his corpse after his death. Not only that, he had also exposed that the monks of White River Temple had committed grave crimes, including deceiving wealthy ladies of the capital to have children. There were 6 major crimes in total. This case was too shocking. It directly alarmed the emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom and he ordered a thorough investigation. As a result, of the 300 monks of the White River Temple, More than half were imprisoned and the rest were expelled from the capital. Their identities were removed and they could no longer be monks. As for the other 3 temples, they still had a transcendent status. After all, their roots were deeply rooted. However, it implicated many small temples that were not well known. For example, the Temple of Heart beside Zhuangyuan Alley. Recently, the number of pilgrims had decreased significantly. The abbot of the Temple of Heart was an old monk with a strong local accent. He had a benevolent appearance and was tall and big. Although he had been in the capital for 30 years, the old monk's accent had not changed. He also did not like to nag about the profoundness of the Buddhist teachings. Most of the time, he would chat about trivial matters. Every time he went to the temple to sit, Chen Pinggan would have to spend a lot of effort to understand. Chen Pinggan had a good impression of this old monk. Although he saw through him, he did not expose him. The old abbot was a cultivator, but he had not yet entered the middle 5 realms. Chen Pinggan left the alley and went to the Temple of Heart. He planned to meditate there and practice the sword furnace stance. In just 2 li, Chen Pinggan had already passed by a martial arts school and an escort agency. Inside the high wall of the martial arts school hung a plaque with the words "Magnificent Mountains and Rivers." Every time he passed by, he would see a group of men humming and joking. They were probably practicing their martial arts. The streets outside the escort agency were often crowded with escort carriages. Young men and women were arrogant and high-spirited. The elderly, on the other hand, were much quieter. When they occasionally saw Chen Pinggan, they would nod and greet him. At first, Chen Pinggan would cup his hands and return the greeting. Later on, when they met, he would take the initiative to greet them. Unexpectedly, after a few rounds, the elderly lost interest and did not even look at Chen Pinggan. After the incident, Chen Pinggan figured out the crux of the matter and laughed involuntarily. Most likely, they had thought of him as a powerful person in the beginning. Later on, when they found out where he lived, they looked down on him. His overly courteous etiquette made the Jianghu veterans of the escort agency think that he was an embroidered pillow. Chen Pinggan felt that it was quite interesting. There were many martial arts schools and escort agencies in the capital. Those sects of the Jianghu who had made a name for themselves all liked to set up their halls here. They had grand gates and large courtyards that were not inferior to the residences of the nobles and officials. There was no need to be concerned about etiquette. On the other hand, there were very few rumors about qi cultivators. Even the imperial tutor was only a Jianghu grandmaster. However, the most interesting thing was the people in an inconspicuous house. Almost all of the men and women who entered and left were martial artists. However, they deliberately hid their identities. They dressed plainly and did not speak or smile. Chen Pinggan even saw a master who was highly likely to be at the 6th level of martial arts. Beside him was a young lady wearing a veil hat. Her face could not be seen clearly, but her figure was graceful. She should be a beauty. Unknowingly, Chen Pinggan began to view the world in a different light. When he arrived at Heart Affinity Temple, there were very few pilgrims in the temple. Most of them were elderly residents of the neighborhood. Therefore, the monks and acolytes in the temple were all frowning. The main reason why Chen Pinggan had been visiting more frequently recently was because he sensed that the old abbot's lifespan was coming to an end. Today, the old monk seemed to know that Chen Pinggan was coming. He had been waiting in the corridor of a side hall for a long time. There were 2 round seats made of cattail grass and the 2 of them sat facing each other. Seeing that Chen Pinggan was hesitant to speak, the old monk went straight to the point. He smiled and said, "Among the generations of abbots of White River Temple, there has been a true golden body. It is not like the rumors outside that they are all liars. There is no need to refute the 1,000 years of history of White River Temple." It was good that he saw it. However, the prerequisite was that the old monk saw it first. The old monk smiled again. "It is just that after this poor monk died, I wanted to burn a few sariras to add some incense to this temple. Now, it seems that it is difficult. I will have to deliberately hide it for a period of time." Chen Pinggan asked doubtfully, "Is this also considered Buddhism's karma?" The old monk nodded. Of course. In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, White River Temple and Heart Affinity Temple have never interacted. It seems like karma is blurry, but in reality, it is not so. In Buddhism, no matter how big the world is, it is all tied together. This was the first time the old monk mentioned Buddhism in front of Chen Pinggan. The old monk hesitated for a moment and smiled. Actually, there is karma between the two temples. It is just that it is too mysterious and subtle. It is too small. This poor monk is not confident of saying it out loud. You will have to experience it for yourself. The two of them chatted casually. There was no need for them to follow the rules. In the past, the old monk would often be interrupted by the acolytes. They would talk about trivial matters in the temple and would ignore Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan would also often bring a few bamboo slips or a book to read and carve words. He did not feel that it was rude. Today, Chen Pinggan did not bring a book. He only brought a thin bamboo slip and a small carving knife. Chen Pinggan was never tired of the old. The carving knife was given to him by the shop when he bought the jade token. The old monk was in a good mood today. He did not mention Buddhism too much. He talked casually like before. He talked about the four arts, the emperors, the common people, and the various schools of thought. He talked about them casually as if they were normal. Time passed slowly. The old monk laughed and asked, "Can an evil scholar or official who has a bad reputation for 10,000 years write beautiful words and a poem that is popular among the people?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Would a famous person or general whose name has been recorded in the annals of history have some hidden flaws that others don't know about? Yes. The old monk smiled. That's right. Don't go to extremes. When you reason with someone, you are most afraid of "I want to be reasonable." You are most afraid that once you have a bad relationship with someone, you will not see the good in them. In the imperial court, the fights between the parties, even those that are seen as the fights between gentlemen, still cause so much trouble. That is because gentlemen and virtuous people are also wrong in these matters. The old monk continued. But in the imperial court, if you are weak and talk about these principles, you will most likely die a horrible death. You can't blame those scholars who become officials. Since that was the case, could it be said that this poor monk's words were all nonsense? Why should I say that? Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. There was an old gentleman who told me similar principles. He taught me to think more about everything. Even if I think in a big circle and come back to the starting point, although it takes a lot of effort, it is still beneficial in the long run. The old monk nodded in gratification. This gentleman is very knowledgeable. Chen Pinggan rubbed the emerald green bamboo slip with his fingers and said softly, "Once, when the old man was drunk, his eyes were hazy. He seemed to be asking me, but in fact, he was probably asking everyone. He said, 'How many books have you read? How many people have you met? How many men and women are like this? How many books have you read? How many people have you met? How many men and women are like this? How much peace and suffering have you seen with your own eyes to dare say that others are good and evil?'" The old monk sighed. This gentleman must not have an easy life. Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of something that he could not understand. He asked curiously, "Do Buddhists really advocate lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot?" The old monk smiled. "Before I answer, I have a question. Do you feel that this saying is scary and unique? But after thinking about it, you feel that it is a shortcut and not the right way?" Chen Pinggan scratched his head. "I have not even read the average Buddhist teachings. How would I know if it is the right way?" The old monk laughed. "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. People only look at the shortcut and find it unimaginable. They do not know that the real mystery lies in understanding that the butcher's knife is in my hand. It is called knowing evil. There are many states in the world. Many people do evil but do not know evil. Many people know evil but do evil. In the end, everyone has a butcher's knife dripping with blood in their hands. If one can truly let go and turn back, wouldn't it be a good thing?" The old monk went further. Outsiders still find it strange when they hear about Buddhism. In fact, the hard work before enlightenment is not seen by ordinary people. Even if they see it, they are not willing to do it. Is it difficult to become a Buddha? Of course it is. Knowing Buddhism is difficult. Abiding by the law, protecting the Dharma, and passing on the Dharma are even more difficult. But the old monk suddenly stopped talking and sighed. There is no but. Since I am a Buddhist and cannot do it myself, why should I talk to you about such far-fetched principles? Chen Pinggan smiled. There is no harm in saying it. No matter how far-fetched the principles are, let's not talk about whether I will go or not. It is also a good thing that I know where it is. The old monk waved his hand. Let me rest for a while. Drink a cup of tea to moisten my throat. It is almost smoking. The old monk shouted. In a monastery not far away, a young novice monk who seemed to be chanting but was actually dozing off suddenly opened his eyes. After hearing the old monk's words, he quickly went to serve 2 cups of tea to the abbot and the guest. Not far away, there was a towering tree with dense shade. A small oriole was perched on it, pecking at it. Chen Pinggan drank tea quickly, but the old monk drank tea slowly. Chen Pinggan smiled and handed the cup of tea back to the young novice monk. Before the old monk drank half the cup, Chen Pinggan lowered his head and picked up the bamboo scroll. There was an imperceptible imprint on both sides. Chen Pinggan looked left and right. The bamboo scroll was like a small ruler. The old monk finished his tea and turned his head to look. In the scorching summer, the scorching sun scorched the world. It was rare for people to be cool. He sighed intermittently. In the age of Dharma's end, the people of the world were like grass in a drought. They were all withered and without moisture. Principles still have to be taught. Buddhism is the principles of monks. Etiquette is the principles of Confucianism. Tao is the principles of Taoists. Actually, it is not bad. Why should we be so rigid? If it is right, take it and eat it into your stomach. Chen Pinggan's gaze moved away from the bamboo scroll. He raised his head and smiled. He nodded and said, yes. The old monk looked at the courtyard of the temple outside the corridor. This world has always been indebted to good people. Right, wrong, how can there not be? It is just that we do not look into it deeply. We cannot talk about it verbally or even deliberately distort the truth, but we have to know in our hearts. It is a pity that there are too many things in the world. There are more and more smart people. Those who have as many hearts as lotuses often like to ridicule others. They deny pure kindness and loathe the sincerity of others. Chen Pinggan, the way you look at this world is how the world looks at you. Then the old monk did something superfluous. He seemed to be repeating, you look at it, it is also looking at you. Chen Pinggan thought about it and felt that it made sense. However, he did not think too much about it. Today, the old monk spoke a little too much. Chen Pinggan was also someone who was willing to think seriously. Therefore, he did not follow the old monk that far away. The old monk suddenly smiled brightly and said, Almsgiver Chen, did the principles I have spoken today go well? Chen Pinggan felt a little sad. He smiled and said, very well. The old monk smiled and asked, previously, I heard you talk about order, big, bad and good and evil. I would like to hear it again. This was the first time Chen Pinggan spoke so awkwardly. However, the principles and the truth would always become clearer the more he spoke. It was like a mirror that was constantly polished. After wiping away the dust, it would become brighter and brighter. Right and wrong had order. One had to understand the order and not skip it. One had to only talk about the principles one wanted to speak of. Right and wrong were also divided into big and small. 1, 2, or even many rulers were used to measure the big and small. These rulers could be all the world's right and good laws, legalists' laws, Confucians' etiquette, and Taoists' calculations. They could all be used. The bottom line of laws, high morals, local customs, and accurate calculations would all be involved. They could not be lumped together. When one studied them, it was extremely complicated and exhausting. Only after that would one decide on good and evil. Unknowingly, The battle between good and evil in human nature would no longer be an insurmountable obstacle for scholars. This was because this was something to be discussed at the end of a book. It was not the first thing one had to decide at the beginning of a book. Finally, it was the word attainment. To educate the common people, to spread Buddhism to the world with a bodhisattva's heart, to cultivate a peaceful life, these could all be done according to one's own preferences. The old monk's expression was serene. After listening to Chen Pingan's narration, he put his palms together and lowered his head, Amitabha. Chen Pingan looked at the little oriole perched on the cornice. It was sizing up the little novice monk who was cleaning the temple. Chen Pingan retracted his gaze. The old monk smiled and said, "If the temple is not there, the monks are there. If the monks are not there, the sutras are there. If the sutras are not there, the Buddha is there. If the Buddha is not there, the Dharma is there." Even if the temple of Shinseong lost a monk and did not have a single sutra left, as long as someone still has the Dharma in their heart, the temple of Shinseong will still be there. The old monk turned his head and looked at the quiet courtyard again. There was only the rustling of the little novice monk sweeping the floor. The old monk's vision blurred and he muttered, "I seem to have seen a lotus flower bloom in the human world." Chen Pingan was silent. The old monk lowered his head and moved his lips slightly. "I'm going." From afar, the little novice monk looked towards the corridor. He hugged the broom and complained to the old monk, "Master, the sun is so hot. Can't I clean later? It's so hot." Chen Pingan turned his head and pointed at the old monk who seemed to be sleeping soundly. Then, he put a finger to his mouth and shushed him. The little novice monk quickly shut up and was secretly happy. "Ha, I like to be lazy. So master likes to sleep too." He tiptoed to the main hall to cool off under the eaves. The little oriole plucked up its courage and flew to the little novice monk's shoulder. The little novice monk was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and made a face at it. The little oriole was so scared that it quickly fluttered away. The little novice monk touched his bald head in a daze and felt a little guilty. The old monk, who was already dead, sat on the round seat made of cattail grass in the corridor. He maintained his slack sitting posture. However, it was as if he had raised a breath of spirit for this small world. Chen Pingan thought of a sentence from Lu Tai for no reason. "The dead sleep." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.